You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with, and then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment with myself and my awesome co-host, Rev Cindy. We're live today on Tuesday, November 26, 2024. Coming to you live on paceradio.net and streaming everywhere. Everywhere.
This is our newest co-host, Chica.
This is Chica. She decided she'd hang out for the show and see, oh, looks like she's been into the, never mind.
Yeah, don't say that live, Steve. Don't say that.
Yeah, it looks like the Chihuahua has been into some of that Mexican stuff, eh? Oh, how you doing today, Cindy?
I'm doing good. It's it's a dark day here, but at least I'm going to knock on wood while I'm saying this. At least it's not raining, which is nice.
It's not raining here either, which is amazing because it always rains here in the winter.
Yeah.
So I gotta say, my buddy showed me some pictures of up in Prince George where they got like a lot of snow. I'm sorry, but that's really bad because it's nice down here. It's nice down here. It's not. It's cold.
Yeah. I saw the same pictures. There, two of them are up that way and posting pictures of tons of snow. And normally, the last few years, like they've been laughing at me sitting down here in the snow, and so now I can go.
Yeah. We'll get it here, and then you'll really be laughing because I know
I love
pretty much east of the Rockies. When it snows in the lower mainland, the rest of the country laughs hysterically.
We love it when Vancouver gets snow. Like us here in Nova Scotia adores when Vancouver gets snow.
It was early 80s. I was out touring with a band, and we went to Nanaimo. It was the first time I'd ever been to Nanaimo on Vancouver Island. And we went over to Nanaimo, and it snowed maybe this much. And the whole city shut down. It was the first time I ever experienced that. Like people just didn't go out, didn't drive, stores shut. And of course, we'd just come in from Alberta. We'd been touring Alberta. It's, 30 below with the wind chill factor, taking it down to minus 50, and there's 8 feet of snow on the side of the road. So it was rather entertaining because we still got paid, even though we didn't have to play because the place wasn't open.
Oh, weather shut everything down. But when you're not used to it, you're not used to it. I had this conversation with you and a couple other friends when I was just out in Vancouver. And because, I showed a picture of what I was coming home to. And at that point in time, there was 2 or 3 centimeters. It all went away within a few hours. But there was 2 or 3 centimeters on the ground here in Nova Scotia, in Halifax, where the planes land. And I can remember showing Amy, a friend of ours, and she's like, oh, my God, that would totally shut down Vancouver. We wouldn't know what to do with that. And it's like, this is nothing. Like, if you think this wouldn't shut Nova Scotia down, not at all.
Yeah, well, out here, fall summer tires are a thing.
Yeah, in January and February. I find that incredible.
Hey.
Yeah, so the last time I was out there for the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference, right? And we met an incredible amount of amazing people. And for the first time ever, the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference, even though it's always had the cannabis ceremony with Stephen Gray, invited cannabis in a different way. So it was really quite neat to have cannabis vendors there and to, be walking around the conference smelling weed so strong because they had samples. They were legal cannabis vendors, but they were allowed to have samples there, not selling it. And it was just really cool to have them there and represented, like in the conference as a vendor, as somebody showing off their wares and showing what the
plant medicine.
Yeah, it was really cool. And then we had the after party on Sunday night. Now the after party was sponsored by a couple of different dispensaries. One in particular that comes to mind because he's the guest today. And that was really cool to have, again, like the stickers that were around and the fact that they had a bud tender there this past year, and there was, one of the hash makers was there, one of the company owners that makes legal hash and hash rosin. And then, of course, one of the dispensaries was called Up in Smoke, which I absolutely love the name of the dispensary. I mean, and I'm going to use the derogatory term, but we all know that I mean it with nothing but love. What stoner doesn't love the name Up in Smoke? Really? So meeting our hash maker friend was quite awesome. He invited us over for a visit before he took off back to his home, which was not Vancouver. And he said, I'm staying over here. Just come over to the dispensary Up in Smoke, and, you'll be able to find me easily. And we said, okay. So off we go. We walk into Up in Smoke, and we met Matthew, who is the owner-operator of this amazing dispensary, who is one of the sponsors of the after party, and who is also, and I absolutely love this because there have been a number of legacy things around the MOMs, the mail order marijuana places. So this guy is a legal BC mail order marijuana and can ship all over the province, which is just really cool.
Yes, I like the fact that this is he's a legal representative, and I can't wait to hear his story.
Yeah. Are you ready?
Should we bring him in?
Well, I think we should.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the one, the only, the king of Up in Smoke, Matthew. Come on down. How you doing, brother?
I'm fantastic. That introduction, Steve. Wow, I hope I live up to expectations. Holy cow.
Wow. Yeah, it was awesome to meet you. Earlier this month, and spend some time chatting and perusing your store.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. It was lovely meeting you two as well. That was quite the weekend we had. The party was excellent on Sunday night. I sat at the sesh table until a little too long myself and had a hard time finding my bus stop home, but I found it.
It was a good night. That was a good night. There's the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference really brings a lot of beautiful hearts together.
Sure does.
And the after party is when everybody else when all of us, instead of we get to socialize with each other and ask what is the next level of the dreams of what we're trying to achieve. And I really like where things are going.
Yeah.
I do too, because when you express your dreams with other people, you figure out how you can work together and where there's similarities. And one of my favorite sayings is a rising tide lifts all boats. And it feels like the tide is rising in the community for a lot of us. And it feels really good. So it's nice, especially when it culminates in that beautiful party.
So, Matthew, we did give you a little warning. We told you what we were going to be asking. We had a little conversation before we started the show. But I'm gonna take over and I'm gonna jump in right into the first question that I always seem to ask everybody because I'm curious. I'm gonna ask you what brought you to use cannabis as medicine and what brought you to this industry. What is your story? We'd love to know.
Absolutely. It started in 2009. I hit a power pole, big power pole. I hit it smack on my bike, and I broke 13 bones, punctured a lung, and I was in the hospital. And in that hospital, they gave me oxycodone in a little green form, a little pill thing. And coming off of that oxy hurt me more than the tube in my lung, which moved whenever I moved my arm. The tube would move in between my ribs. That is a very bizarre feeling. That is a very unique feeling that I would not recommend anybody endures. And they gave me this oxy, and I had more pain coming off this little half green tab pill than I did with all these tubes. I had 4 tubes in my body, and it wasn't a good experience. And I was really surprised by how this one little pill could hurt me more than 13 broken bones.
So I just want to interrupt and ask some questions as we're going along. You were on a motorcycle, right?
No, I was on a bicycle.
On a bicycle. So a bicycle, and you smashed into a telephone pole. You've got all these breaks, a punctured lung. How long were you in the hospital for?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. And they were trying to treat your pain with oxy.
And now my first one was morphine on a drip. But I hit it too many times and it made me throw up from dizziness. And because I had a punctured lung, there was blood everywhere. That was rather traumatic. So then once I could hold down solids, they started feeding me pills and they gave me oxycodone. Yeah.
Yeah. So you didn't know at the time that it was causing addiction. You were just taking the pills because the doctor said it was okay and it's going to help you with your pain. And of course, I mean, having punctured lungs and 13 broken bones and all of that, you were probably in a lot of pain.
It's actually, yes. And it's actually worse than what you described. So, and about, I think it's hour 3 of your oxycodone dose, it starts wearing off. Okay.
Yep.
Now, when it starts wearing off, you immediately want that pain to stop. So you ask the nurse for more. And the nurse says, well, no, the pain is caused by the drug wearing off, and I can't give you more until your prescribed dosage window.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's actually they inflict the pain, and then they let it run, and then they take it away by inflicting a long-term more pain. It's kind of fucked.
Yeah. So you spent 2 weeks in the hospital on these pills, which is more than enough time to become addicted to them. And now you're out of the hospital and they're cutting you off the pills, right?
Actually, I actually refused them. After I got a little taste, I actually refused them from that point forward. And they gave me T3s with codeine. And I kind of just muscled through it because I don't like dependency. I don't like being dependent on something to make myself feel okay. And especially, I mean, if it's the plant, that's okay. But I also like to find my own peace within myself. And, I don't want a chemical made in a lab to help me find like the opportunity to kind of run my body. That would be my last resort. And, I hadn't tried other things in that period. And, I asked them for something else and they said they could give me something less. It would hurt more. And I said, fine. And as immediately as I left the hospital, I asked my doctor if I could smoke and consume cannabis instead. And they said, my doctor's super cool. I've had him since I was a baby. He said, yes, I'm very blessed to have this doctor. But he said I could do whatever I wanted, but don't complain to him. And I said, okay.
So were you a cannabis user before this accident?
Recreationally.
Was it daily or every second day, once a week?
No, it was daily.
Yeah.
Daily, but I wasn't sitting there saying this is going to help me. I was sitting there saying this was going to, I was hanging out with the boys or,
different intention.
Yeah. Like, and as we all know with the medicine, it's about the intention. So yeah, the intention was never there to cure my pain. It was always there to just get high with my friends and whatever.
Yeah. So you start using it for pain reduction after this accident, you get out of the hospital.
And that's, to be honest with you both, after that accident, I would tell all my friends that I was going to be in the cannabis industry in some way or some form. I didn't know how, I didn't know when, but yeah, it was going to be for me. Like there was so many times that I would chat about it with my friends while smoking a joint saying like, I'm supposed to be doing this. And, fast forward 10 years and here I am doing it. So,
what was it you noticed in the healing end that made you go, I'm supposed to be doing this?
Nothing bad happened. It was positive. Like the people that I consumed with were positive. It made us into better people. It made me a better person. It made me not the plant continues to make me not stress about things like ego things and the minor details of the construct that is society. Like, if you really zoom out of your situations, you realize that, most of your problems are man-made situations. It's got nothing to do with the things that you need, but it's got everything to do with the things that they say you need and the rules that are attached to it. So, and if you realize that it's just a human issue that's causing you this stress, then, deal with it in a human way, but don't let it affect your spirit. If it's money, that sucks. Fuck. But it's just money, and they're not going to let you die. Nobody's going to let you die. Humans take care of each other. It's the natural thing. Yeah. We'll take care of each other,
So if we go back to you coming out of the hospital, you were in there for 2 weeks. You tried the oxycodone. It ended up causing you more pain when you were trying to come off of it. You decided you didn't want it. You're now on the codeine. So when you left the hospital, did you give up the codeine as well?
I had a little fun with it for a little while, but yeah, eventually.
Yeah. How long were you working to stave off the withdrawal symptoms?
2 weeks. It wasn't a big deal for me.
Wasn't that bad for you?
No, because I feel like after my big accident, it's just, I don't know. I just felt very aware of the things how things were happening in my body, which sounds strange to some people, but like, for instance, I'm very aware of sugar in my body and what it does to me. Like, I've had too much sugar yesterday and I can feel it in my spine. It's making me uncomfortable. Yeah. So, I don't know. I think through like being in a hospital bed, I've just learned to feel every corner of my body while I was stationary. Like I can't illustrate this in any other way than when you sit up, your whole ribs move. So I didn't want to move until they removed the tube from my lung. I didn't want to move. So I would just sit there and feel everything, because what else could I do for 2 weeks?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, some people will just do the drugs and blunt the pain and keep their mind numb.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the physical addiction comes with that. So when they leave the hospital and the prescriptions are no longer being written, they have to then look for something else. And some people go looking for something else. And I'm very thankful that you didn't let yourself go that far. Like that is a very large blessing. And I think that's very amazing that you were able to recognize that before you got there.
Thank you. And it's just the plan. The plan's a beautiful thing. I owe it all to the plan. And that's why I do what I do today. Like,
yep. The plant. Yeah. So you were an advocate before for recreational purposes, and then you became a bigger advocate for medical purposes as you came out of the hospital and used it for pain for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, using for the pain, did you only smoke? Did you take tinctures? What did you do? What was the process you were using?
I didn't know enough in the cannabis industry. All I had was a phone number to get flower. So all I did was smoke. I had a little elephant pipe, called him Regis. He looked like an elephant. He stood up on his side, and I just smoked because that was what I had access to. Now, like, that was 2009. It's 2024 now. Now I would have used topicals. I would have used tinctures. Like, if you come to my shop and you ask for my advice on how you should use the plant, I have to qualify and say I am not a doctor. But it's topical. If you have an ache and pain, don't eat it. Take it and slap it on the shoulder, slap it on the elbow, whatever's bugging you. Put it directly as a salve on that spot if it's a muscle or joint injury. If it's internal, then you do have to ingest, or you can use a suppository. Suppositories are huge for people who are struggling with cramps, anything to do with their intestines. Like, a suppository will kick ass for you.
Yeah.
But I didn't know about that 20 years ago.
No. So back in 2009, 15 years ago, you were smoking it for your pain, and it was helping, obviously. Mm-hmm. That's part of the story, right?
Yeah.
So this is back in 2009. This is before legalization. You are now saying to your friends, I need to work in this industry.
Yeah. And so I didn't really do much in it until I got into commercial real estate, when I started working for unlicensed, pre-legalization retail owners. And I would help them find locations, find cooperative landlords, big institutional landlords like pension funds that own buildings. They didn't want cannabis. No, sir. But you found, people like Reverend Cindy and Steve that owned a building and on the right street in the right place, and you got them on the right day. You could get a cannabis store into their building, especially if it had been vacant for a while and you were charming and you wore a nice suit. You could do it. And we did it a few times. And that's kind of how I started in the industry prior to legalization. And that's how I ended up at Up in Smoke was through that. Some friends of mine wanted a partner, and that's how I got in. I became a partner, and now I'm the owner operator because it just didn't work out. There's too many stores in Vancouver. So over 80 stores for 600,000 people. There's going to be 25% of us that probably close our doors in the nenext 5 years. And that's
I could tell you stories of Toronto, same amount of people, 5 times the amount of stores. So it's and the ones that are doing really, really well are the legacy stores down there, right? Like it's the truth. But let's go back to your story. And we are still in pre-legalization here. And you so what you did pre-legalization, you didn't actually work in cannabis. You helped other people that were working in cannabis find places. And as we move forward, let me see if I just got all this right. We are now into legalization, and you have a couple of friends that wanted to open a store legally.
No, they had a store. This is a legacy store that they own. So the store that we're currently operating out has been operating since 2014. It's the corner of Alberta and West Broadway. If you know about this corner, and you smoke hash rosin or any sort of concentrates pre-legalization, you knew all about this corner. This corner was an institution pre-legalization. Unfortunately, the legal cannabis hasn't kept up with the expectations of the people that used to frequent our corner. And it's only been in the past years through people like the hash maker that you met here, has we finally had reasons for them to return. And, I'm very proud of what we've been able to curate here because, frankly, our weed has been absolute boof for the first 2 to 3 years of legalization. We had some good stuff, but the good stuff always sold out and it was always too expensive. Now, we have accessible price point cannabis products that, can hold their own in certain sachets, which I am very proud to curate. You've no idea. I'm so proud of the people working so hard in the stamped game to put products like Green Amber out into market. The amount of work that team has done to get it here is it's so impressive. And I'm so proud of them. And awesome.
Yeah, there's been a lot of you say that your store was legacy to start with and turned legal. There's been a lot of that. And not just in the stores, but in the producers as well. I've watched a number of legacy producers work their absolute tails off to create the building that they need to be able to do it legally. And they've gone through the red tape, and they've gone through the paperwork, and they've done the hard work to become legal. One of the people that pops into my mind is Redbeard, he started off as a glass blower and ended up going, I want to be in the legal side. And he grew some pretty fine cannabis. I got to say, I've been lucky enough to sample some of it. And Remo Nutrients, he's gone legal. So it's taken a lot of work and a lot of money and a lot of red tape for everybody to be able to do it. But it's kind of nice watching your friends and the people that that have had to spend their lifetime looking over their shoulder, wondering if they are going to be busted at any second. And all of a sudden, they don't have to worry anymore.
Big news today is Kevin Werner, Royal Harvest, his frosted fruitcake finally dropped on wholesale. And you want to talk about a man who's been through it? That Kevin Werner, Royal Harvest, dude, that guy's a champion. Oof. And then he had his facility in the Christian Valley, kind of kaputs, and then he found a new one. He got it up and running, and now he's back. And that guy's got a journey, man. And he's one of my favorite farmers to watch. And I hope everybody watching this takes a second and knows who Royal Harvest Kevin Werner is, follows him on Instagram, because, man, he's a beacon of positive energy. And that's going to be some good product when it lands here on Thursday.
Nice. Yeah.
You expect to still have some Friday?
Oh, yeah.
pretty good timing there, Mr. Mather.
Oh, is it time for us to take a break? It's time to check out our sponsors and pay some bills. You are here with us live on the Mushy Moment. We'll be right back. See you in a few.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment, streaming live to you here at paceradio.net and everywhere. We're here with Matthew G. from Up in Smoke. Welcome back.
And I hope you're having an awesome day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I just had a dab. It was great. Awesome. Everything was great.
Oh, that's a little joke. That song that played in there, Awesome Day, is a tune that a buddy of mine and I wrote, and that was an ad for our company At Ease.
Sweet.
So it had to get changed because the old ads always got the show removed, but Al went in and edited up a nice little version that doesn't get us deleted.
Oh,
thank you, Al. That's awesome.
So he didn't even tell me that he had the new commercial up. And I was doing the news with him yesterday morning, and we go through the commercials, and it was just like, oh my God, it's back. It was really exciting. So
nice.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Amy. Hi, Rosie. Hi, Helen. We're getting messages in. People are saying hi and stuff in here.
Yeah, we've got Rosie. Rosie Ruka, she actually runs one of the cannabis substitution projects. She runs the one out of
Surrey,
I believe. Yeah. And then we have our friend, where did it go? She was listening to your story, Helen. Helen is, she's actually the wife of one of Steve's first customers. And that's, and good friend. Yeah, one of his dearest friends. And so that's how he met Helen, was through Rusty, and she's become a very good friend, and she is an advocate for At Ease as well, and goes on about all of the beautiful benefits of psilocybin and other mushrooms. And then this is our friend Amy, who I believe you might have met at the Amsterdam Cafe. It was her birthday.
What's up, Amy? I remember Amy.
Amy's a beautiful lady. We all adore her. So yeah, and you would have met Helen that night there at the Amsterdam as well. Helen was there.
Oh, cool.
Well, they were there for part of it. Steve and Helen had to leave for a while because they ate.
We microdosed more than I thought.
It happens, you know. And that was a full room. Oh.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. It was like, oh, I need to go get a breather.
Yeah. Well, I ended up parking myself at Remo's table again, just like at Plant Spirit, because that's just the table to park yourself at. So I was downstairs in the big cloud of smoke. I was to his left, so I had a good spot.
Well, see, I got to start looking for that section when I go.
You just look for Remo, the guy with the glasses and the mustache and the big ass joint. Every time, just find Remo.
So his policy when he shows up is he shows up with a bag of weed. And once that bag of weed is smoked, then we're out of here. That's the Remo way. And I love the Remo way.
It's a good
Remo
way.
and Sandy.
That's awesome. Oh, yeah. Here's Amy's shot on it. That was not a microdose afterthought. It was like, yeah. It was. I'm used to microdosing with golden teachers, and you know, in my microdose aspect, it's mixed with adaptogens and stuff, and it's usually 0.25. And I thought we were doing 0.25 of a chocolate, but it ended up being 0.5, and it was penis envy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
when it came on, it was like, oh, and I didn't realize till afterwards. I was like, oh no, that was actually 0.5, not 0.25. It was like,
and there are days that 0.25 of golden teacher is too much.
Totally.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So it was, it was fun though. I still had fun once I, went out and just let everything come down a little bit so that I could breathe again.
All I know is that it was a packed room, and there was like the Herbal Dispatch. We're talking about the Herbal Dispatch party, and it was a packed room. There was a lot of great people there. Like, he was awesome. I loved our community. It's great.
It is. It's a beautiful.
And it was our dear friend Amy's birthday that day too, so it happened to be just perfect.
Oh, it was the party was actually for Amy, if I remember correctly. I'm sorry, I stand corrected. Herbal Dispatch, it was Amy's birthday.
Yeah, and Herbal Dispatch was just there, putting it on for her.
Yeah, exactly. And very kind of them, I might say.
That was awesome. They put on a great birthday. Maybe next year I'll see if they can put one on for me.
Yeah, make sure I'm on the list, okay, buddy?
Oh, I'll call you in September and get them to put one on for me too.
2 tickets, please.
But let's get back to your story.
Oh, yes, my story. Yes.
So you came in, you utilized the hang on, I gotta click something.
Uh-oh. Dinner's ready.
You utilized the medicine to help you, or you basically had a realization that the cannabis wasn't just a recreational thing, it was a medicine. And you went, I want to be a part of this. You started to help other people become a part of it. How did you end up with that store? We got that you had some people that came and talked to you, but
I invested in them, and we had an agreed period of time that if it didn't work out, something would have to happen. So, to be honest with you guys, we have a major Broadway subway project in front of our store. So they're building the City Hall station. So, our sales dropped 40% and nobody was making any money. So we decided, my wife and I, to jump further into debt and buy our business partners out in October 2022. And since October 2022, we've been operating it our way, the Matt and Sarah way. And, I guess people like what we do. I don't know.
Well, you like, the one thing I noticed when we came in, Helen, as I talked to you, we said hello right away. Helen mentioned something to you. And I watched how you went in and you asked questions and you found her, oh, this is my equivalent of that. And the same with Cindy. And I watched how you were attentive and looking to get what they felt they needed or wanted, and not just out sell product. And when I asked you a few questions, your knowledge in that and the aspects of medicine, there's a lot of dispensaries that you go in there, they've got bud tenders, but they've got nobody really educated on it as a medicine.
Yeah. And I mean, it's so our approach to it is basically like, your body knows what it wants. This as well as I do. You close your eyes, your body lights up in different ways. It's your sensory system. So, we're in the one sense we're taught to trust it, in the other sense we're not. In the sense of medicine, we're sensed to not trust it. To not trust that, we smell cannabis and all of a sudden our body gets all tingly. We're not supposed to take that. Yet you want us to take this stuff that smells like nothing and our body doesn't really respond to, and it apparently makes us better. And so I use that kind of just basic principle of knowledge, and that's how I kind of help people find the product that's right for them. Because in the end, your body, through smelling the different cannabis products and through your experience, what your body likes. And so when you come in, I ask you, what do you like? What is the last thing that you smoked that really lit you up? How are you feeling right now? What are we looking to achieve? Is another thing that, when you talk about intention in cannabis as medicine, it's about the intention you're setting. So if you're looking at the plant to help you finish your creative project, then we're going to need something that really helps you with creativity. Well, I'm most creative when I smell citrus. Well, let's get you a haze, and that's kind of how you connect the dots. Because as a bud tender here at Up in Smoke, I really practice and preach that we don't know what you want, and the only way we figure it out is if we ask you questions. And you're not just a sale, you're part of our community. We want you to come back, and I'll give you an example. Reverend Cindy, I sold you some cannabis that you say sucks. I'm sorry that happened, but I take a lot of pride in what I do. So I've already, since you told me that in the backstage notes, I've already contacted the farmer and shared his feedback. And I can now tell you, in about 3 months, I'm going to send you something. And I'm going to get you a good experience, because, I'm not going to mention the farmer. He's a really good friend of mine, and we take a lot of pride in what we do. And we don't want to let anybody down. And it's not what we do. So that's just the passion that, we have here at Up in Smoke. And that's the passion that I expect from the people that provide our products. And it's matched every day. We're proud people because we want to bring you the best. And, through direct delivery, which is an important kind of distinction to make, because that's how we're able to curate. That means that I buy directly from qualifying farmers under the BC system, which is why mail order is such a great thing, because I sell products that you can only get if you buy it directly from the farmers, whether it's the green amber rosin or the Salt Spring Magic or the Kootenai cultivar. It's only available through direct delivery, and that's how we get it, is by buying it from them. So by having a human relationship with the person that's providing this medicine or plant in this instance, I have to be careful because of my licenses. And, there are people who live to get me in trouble. So I don't provide medical advice. Everything that I sell is recreational cannabis. But the stuff that I get is directly from the farmer, from people that care, multi-generationals who converted their old ACM PR grow into a fully licensed, federally regulated grow. These are the people that I love working with, and they're very much out there.
Okay, one thing I want to say in here, because one thing you said is, and in 3 months, I will send you something good. Can you clarify for the viewers why it's going to be 3 months?
Because it's currently in production. So basically, being able to have insight into what farmers are growing also really helps. So that's how we're able to plan our menu. That's how we're able to curate, is through communication. Like, for instance, I'm working with another farmer right now in Golden who's going to be launching their own direct delivery platform December 1st. That's Rocky Mountain Cannabis. So for all my BC retailers that are tuning into this, please know that Tyler and Isaac are coming to market. They're bagging it themselves up in Golden, BC. So we got to support them. So on December 1st, we're going to start buying direct from Tyler and Isaac at Rocky Mountain Cannabis. It's going to be great.
Okay, so the short version of basically what that answer of why it's going to be 3 months, that particular weed she got was popular, it sold out, and you're not going to have any, and you're going to make sure that she gets some out of that next batch that you get, which will be the first batch coming in from that grower, correct?
Yeah, and it'll be a friend thing. There will be no money. Like, I can't legally send weed across interprovincial borders. So all I can do is send a friend a gift.
Yeah.
So that's all I'll be doing, is just sending a gift. That's all I'm doing.
Which is awesome that we can do.
The fact that it's there and out front, and that you're willing to do that, like that was.
Honestly, you're only as good as your last batch. You're only as good as your last transaction, and you're only remembered by how you make people feel. And I always want you to feel good about us. So I want to make you feel good, no matter how and no matter what it takes,
Well,
that's why you're still succeeding.
Yes.
Maybe, I don't know. I just like selling the good. That's all I like doing.
Okay, I know I interrupted Cindy on a couple of questions there. So
no, that's okay. I just, one of the things that caught my ear is the direct buy. Mm-hmm. Not every province can do that. I think that's really, I think it's interesting. I think it's nice that you can form relationships with licensed producer owners, and that BC is doing that. I'm not sure if other provinces are doing it. I know that Nova Scotia isn't. One of the things that's happening down here that I really like too, in New Brunswick, not in Nova Scotia, are the farm gates. It's the next step to allowing us, and when I say us, I mean the whole community, as vendors at a farm market.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And so that's really cool to see. And one of the next things I'm really enjoying seeing, because out in BC as well as Alberta, you can now be vendors at conferences or whatever. You can go and not necessarily sell anything, but you can go and have a presence. In Alberta, they can go and they can actually, like if you were in Alberta, you could go to a festival and you could sell. Yep. As if, your store was right there, which is just really cool. All the same laws apply. You can't sell more than, 30 grams, everything else still applies. But I think it's really great that we're taking those steps forward. So that was just something that caught my ear, that you were doing the direct buy. And I think that's really cool.
Thank you. Well, I mean, there's other things that BC's done. Like, for instance, Seed and Stone sponsored. So Seed and Stone's a big retailer, which is really cool because Songhees Nation is one of the majority shareholders, or I think they are the majority shareholder. So Songhees Nation is a nation on the island. And so they operated the first ever legal consumption lounge at Rifalandia. And that's really cool. And it was all legal. Like, that was the first time that you could go and like smoke weed in a really comfortable zone at a music festival legally. And it was encouraged. And soon we will have right now you have to deliver to the point, but they're starting to change the policy where we'll be able to show up with boxes of whatever we want to sell you, and we'll be able to sell it to you on the spot. But it's just, the policy wheels move very slowly.
They do, but it's nice to see them moving. And I hope that each province will take a look like at what other provinces are doing, because there are a few different things. They'll see that it's working and they'll adopt. One of the other things that I didn't get a chance to go do or really check into while I was out in BC, I do report for the news here on the station as well. And we did a story on a restaurant out in Maple Ridge that during the season that it's warm enough to sit outside on the deck, they allow consumption on their outside deck. And they are the first restaurant in Canada to do so. They started it. They had to stop it, not for legal reasons, but it was just like they didn't have all of their fine points put in, and then they reopened it up, and that's when we did the story. And I think that's really cool. And one of my things that I want to do the next time I come out between now and then is I want to find the name of this restaurant, because it keeps eluding me, and I want to make sure I go and enjoy the restaurant.
I know the ownership group's name, and I know the dispensary that it's tied into. It's the Cheekies. Cheekies is the dispensary that they're tied into, and they're so forward thinking, and I love what they're doing out there. And I think
it's really cool. To go and know that you can enjoy your meal and you can enjoy a puff like in between, your dinner and your dessert, or it's really nice to know that you can do that at a restaurant. So I'm really excited to go out and enjoy them the next time I pop out.
Yeah, and you're right. Like for one of the big things that my wife and I, like, we were talking about our social media that we do. A big thing that we like to do is destigmatize the plant and things like that. Destigmatize the plant, being able to smoke a joint and then go inside and have your meal and have nobody leer at you or, pretend sniff you like there's a dog. Like, it's, And I just, we all need to work. Like, one of the things that I truly believe in the industry is people need to see how kind of sharp we all are, because we are very sharp people, and we're not your stereotypical, bad word stoner, but we're people who use this plant in a productive way, and it makes us better and better at our jobs. And frankly, like, my wife and I are proud parents of 2 daughters, and we think our daughters are pretty damn awesome, and we're proud of them. So we'd like to show it off, and we like to show people that you can use the medicine and be awesome. Be your best self.
Yes, that's a good one. Be your best self.
Yeah. And like this plant, like other things that are in this natural healing realm, it's not just a medicinal plant. Like you say, you run a recreational store. Mm-hmm. So this is a plant medicine that can be in both realms. And you can use it recreationally, but I can guarantee you it's going to go in there and do some medical stuff. And you can use it medicinally, but I guarantee you it's going to make you laugh, right? Like, it does. It crosses over. It's a beautiful plant in that way. Mushrooms, psilocybin mushrooms are the same way. They will help you laugh and relax, but they are also going to help you heal. So like these beautiful medicines that can be in both realms are just phenomenal.
I started microdosing mushrooms in 2021, and I will say very proudly that my use of microdosing mushrooms has cut down my alcohol intake by about 90%. And so, like, when I go out on a Friday night with my friends, I'm gonna probably microdose some mushrooms, and then I'll drink a mocktail or a Pepsi or whatever, and I'll be the same fun guy that I used to be without feeling kind of crappy in the morning. So I love it. I think it's great. And it's awesome that Up and Smoke is located on the corner of Alberta and Broadway, and across the street and 2 doors up is Amy and Dana's mushroom store. So you can really visit us and take care of both your needs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the newest little mushroom cafe in Vancouver.
I love it because they paint it pink. So it is like, if you were wondering where the mushroom store is, it's pink. It's right there.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I love Mount Pleasant, where our neighborhood is. We're actually the start of Mount Pleasant, and anybody who's ever coming to Vancouver, go to Mount Pleasant and check it out, because it's not just because we're here. We're actually on the border. We're the farthest place to go from Mount Pleasant. But go to the center, which is Main and Broadway, and that area is super cool. Like the food.
Oh, you're in a great area right where you are. You've got my buddy Brian Milano's Roastery right around the corner, 13 gold medals, maybe even more by now.
16. He's up to 16.
Yeah, like it's, you know, you've got Amy.
You guys know Barry? Barry Milano, you know him? I love him.
No. It's Brian Turco.
Oh, well.
Brian
he owns Milano now.
Brian Turco was Barry's friend, and Francesco let Brian take it over, as I guess Barry didn't really want to be the face anymore.
Oh, fair enough. Well, I think I drink Milano coffee every morning, so I'm with you.
I'm going to have to take you down there for the Brian experience.
Yes. Yeah. I'm just wondering if the man I call Barry is actually Brian, and I've been getting his name wrong for like 6 months.
Oh, that would be really funny then. Yeah.
I think this is happening right in front of me right now on your show. I'm figuring out that I've been calling this man the wrong name for a while. I'm embarrassed a little bit.
Oh, that's funny, because he probably wouldn't correct you.
No, I don't think he does. He does, but he comes in he never corrects me, but he comes in every 2 weeks, and we always have great chats. Does he go to Mexico right now? My buddy's going to Mexico next week.
Oh, I actually haven't spoke to him this week, so I don't actually know. I'll have to find out.
Well, that'd be real funny. Real funny that I found out on your show that I didn't even know his name right. Oops.
That's funny. But it is one of my favorite cups of coffee, and every time it comes out, we go down there and get one.
There you go.
I plan my flights out to be landed and there in time to get a Milano coffee before they close.
Wow.
See, so now it'll be get a Milano coffee, stop over and say hi to you, go over and visit Amy, and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah. That's
hey, John, trip. We need to get an At Ease store down there.
You do.
That would be awesome.
There's a lot of vacancies. Right now is the time to negotiate. I'll tell you right now. Woo.
Hey, Steve, I know this guy who used to do real estate for legacy pot companies. He might have some ideas to help you.
Yeah, I could. I don't have my license anymore. I gave it up. I tried to do both at the same time, and I couldn't do it.
No, real estate is definitely a full-time job. I used to do it as well. And
it is a full-time job, and once you're doing what you love, the thing that you do to make money always falls by the wayside.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to make a really bad joke right there, but it would have got us canceled. So I'm going to leave that alone. Just let you know, I was going to make a really bad joke right there, but it would have got us canceled.
Save it for your road show.
Yeah, I'm going to put a comedy show together. It's just going to be called Canceled.
Where no holds barred. There is no filter. Just go.
I'll kidding. Sponsor it. I'm kidding. I'm not funny.
Yeah, you are. You laugh multiple times.
We're at 53 minutes. We should probably find out any really important, cool things you've got coming up. Any things that you want everybody to know.
Honestly, the number one thing is, like we've talked about, how I curate my menu. And if you're not in British Columbia and you want to try us out, you can't. The only way that you can is by getting involved in a cannabis advocacy project that we're currently working on. It helps the farmers because right now there's multiple excise stamps that go on products. So here's an example. This one is yellow, it's Ontario. This one is red, it's Alberta. This is a new fire, drop it up and smoke. I've already opened this one. This one is green and it's from BC. So what we want to do is we want to unify it so it all looks like your vape bottle, which is all one color and says Canada. if we do this, firstly, the farmer only needs to process once and put one set of stamps on, so it's a lot easier for the farmer. 2, it will allow me to ship direct delivery products which will never make it into Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, your province, because they just don't grow enough of it. It'll give you access to it. You'll be able to go on, it's upandsmoke.com, make a purchase, 30-gram limit. I can send you multiple 30-gram boxes. I could just send you one 30-gram box per order. It's just how the licensing regulations work. And I can send it to you anywhere in Canada, and I'll send it to you via express post. So free shipping over $75. But to get there, get involved in this advocacy project and just write your local MP and just simply say the products that you were looking for are only available in British Columbia, and you would benefit from a unified excise tax stamp. And the more people that get involved just sending that email and that message, the more they'll listen to you. Because right now they're not. Cannabis is a non-issue because nobody knows how powerful we could be. So it's up to us to get that going. And event-wise, there's the book club Christmas party in Vancouver. That's going to be a blast. It'll be a nice way to see everybody. And I mean, there's a couple of other events coming up, but I don't think I'm in a position to talk about them simply because I'm not the host. And I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver to your awesome listeners because I hate that. I hate underdelivering. I'm all about over exceeding your expectations. So yeah, thanks for letting me come on here and blab. I hope I was useful.
Absolutely.
I think that it was incredibly, it was incredibly awesome having you on. It's, I'm pretty sure that you'll probably have a few people wandering in that'll, say hi from Steve and Cindy when they come in too. But I'll be dropping in more too.
I hope so. And just so you know, if you come in and say hi from Steve and Cindy, you're going to get the friends and family discount off the hop. Just so people know, like, you get the friends and family discount with Up and Smoke once we recognize your face. There's 4 people that work in our shop, 4 of us. So you get recognized pretty quick after 2 or 3 visits, and we get to know you and what you like. And so after that, you'll always get the friends and family discount. But if you come in, like I said, quoting Reverend Cindy and Stevie, you get it off the hop because you're obviously a homie if you're already plugged into this.
You're awesome. You're freaking awesome, brother. Wow. Well, I can't wait for the next meeting. And just so you know, it'll probably be later today because I'm not sure, but I know we were trying to meeting up with Amy after the podcast and whatnot. But I know she wasn't feeling good, so we're waiting to find out. But if we are, we'll definitely be coming across the street and bugging you.
I hope so, because I heard Amy just opened a microdose cafe. Did we talk about that yet? I don't know if we did.
We haven't, but we did mention there's a pink one.
Yeah.
Listen, so they opened up, I think, a year ago, their dispensary here. And, it's just been great for business. There's just a lot of people with questions, Steve. Like, I'm a parent, there's people who are asking me questions in the schoolyard. And I don't know. But you know who does know? It's the mushroom dispensary. So it's a great place there. I can send people who have questions, and they can walk in there and talk to the educated staff who can walk them through a menu, who can show them products, and there's accountability and transparency. That does not exist on the internet. And, it is so topical right now, plant medicine, whether it's that Netflix documentary, whether it's Joe Rogan, whether it's you guys, like, everybody's talking about it. So where does the average person get to go? Well, I'd always recommend the mushroom dispensary simply because they've been doing it for years, whether it was cannabis or now, I can never pronounce it. So I'm just going to say mushrooms. And I would go there. That's where I just pulled my membership card out of there from my first membership I got with them in 2021. And, I'm fortunate I don't really need one anymore because they work across the street. And so, that's where I went. And that's where I would always recommend friends to go. So, it's great. I love having them here. And now there's a microdose cafe, and I hope they sell sandwiches soon.
But it is about that time, Steve.
It is that time. We've got to say bye. We're going to go into the back room, hang out after the show's done for a few minutes if you can.
Yeah, don't leave. Please.
But it's that time again. Thank you for joining us here on the Mushy Moment with my co-host Rev Cindy, myself, and our awesome guest Matthew G from Up in Smoke. We're proud to be coming to you live from paceradio.net, streaming everywhere, and we'll see you next week for another exciting episode. Much love. Peace out.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Thank you. Good to see you. I got a question for you, Val. All right. Why do you march?
Because we can.
Yeah, we can. That's right. It's allowed in our country.
We sure can.
There's a lot of countries where you can't.
Absolutely, you bet. And we're so lucky to be here in Canada.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. 11 getting the chance going there.
Good job.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Eh?
Yeah, totally.
All right. Oh, okay. On to my next interview, I guess. Yes. Pop-up question. That's what I'm going around asking everybody. Why do you march?
That's a great question.
Talked to, I don't know, half a dozen, 7 people so far.
Why do you march?
Why do I march? I march for cannabis law reform. That's the same reason I marched for when I started this, going to these approximately 20 years ago. And I still do it for today, because even though cannabis is legal, we still need cannabis law reform. People can still get fined or even arrested for quantities of cannabis that are, they're only 30 grams. Some people need more than that. Or you go camping for 2 weeks. You're going to take, some people, 30 grams isn't going to be enough. Right? So people risk that. There's the taxes. There's people getting just arrested. There's other stuff as well. If you could deal with those excise taxes, that would help lower the cannabis. Maybe make it so that you don't have to climb a mountain and swim through the ocean in order to get to the regulatory part of it all.
Yeah, agreed.
So, all right, Val. Good talking to you.
Hooray.
Right.
I'm like,
kill it.
pulled it in there somewhere.
Okay,
So
Shallon.
next day I saw it. I'm like, hey. He's like,
When you're done there,
it ain't more
putting
than
your
lights,
entries
it's
in.
juicy fruit. I said,
We got
I don't
number
know how
3
high
for
I
you.
went.
Here we go.
Thank you.
It's in a
Skipping
case of
me?
the right.
That yours or hers?
We skipped you and Shallon because you guys were eating, so we went to Kent. Now we're going back to Shallon. We go to
Oh,
you.
okay. I was like, what they do now?
You were having that sugar donut.
Yeah. Oh.
The twisted sugar donut.
Yeah, I ate them all.
That looked good.
That's what we're doing here. Yeah, I got to
Oh,
go to
yeah?
the restaurant. I can feel my heart just going.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think you should
I don't even
do
know how
the
many
sugar.
there was.
No, they're delicious. Cooked perfectly.
Yeah.
Nice and tender inside.
Oh.
Sirloin makes a difference.
Yeah.
As opposed to
Yeah.
the
Type of
regular
burger
That wasn't
was,
burger. She got the good place.
So yeah, we'll have to do a grow up game tournament. Sit around the table like this. Have the thing on.
Yeah,
People
today would have been a perfect day for it.
Exactly, because people just only heard me talk about it or read about it, including yourself, or even
Throwing them away.
on one of the memories
Hmm?
that I run
You're
out
throwing them away.
Yeah.
Just in case the dog was at my feet.
All right, so how's that look? We got 2 dubs again. Everything seems to be 2 dubs. Peel. How's it rolled? Paper. Filter.
Oh, she's cheating.
No, I'm going to answer the
You're
question.
going to do the dry as well. And
Yeah.
probably is a good idea. Maybe we should.
And then
consider
it'll
doing
go
that.
faster.
All right. Good dry.
By the time it gets back to me, it should be it.
It's
Not going to get back to you. We're going to
Yeah,
smoke
you
it
can
right
see-
here
see
between
through
us.
It's got the long tapered filter on it with just the fold in the middle. So it's not fiber or whatever that other filter stuff is. You can definitely tell.
Is it like like that last one seemed to me like
It'll
a
be something if you swallow
cigarette
it.
I
filter,
put that in the
whole-
comments. I put it as a next smoker. I'm not comfortable with the feel of smoking.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Oh, I'm not comfortable neither. I get out of my car and smoke it from the back.
Yeah.
All my stuff's in the back of my knapsack.
Right.
What little I've got in there.
Yeah.
Here we are in number 3.
Yeah. Oh, I see. We're cutting off the end in order to make it easier to draw on to do the dry haul.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that made a difference. Yeah, it's 2 now. 2 now.
They just do that so it doesn't fall out at the end in packaging and shipping and transportation.
Yeah, well, yeah. And normally,
So like a cigar where you cut off the tip, these you got to cut off the.
Yeah, it's too much work. You know, you think with the pre-roll everything be there ready for you to go, but it's too much work. You have to augment it. Sometimes you have to re-roll it.
you're hitting it with the lighter, right? So you're burning that paper right away.
Yeah.
So it would open it up.
It would.
Yep.
And like as you mentioned, it closes it off to keep
it fresh and in there.
Fresh and in there. Okay.
So far, they've been in tubes with no moisture.
That works for me. Works for you too, doesn't it?
Are you
Steal it
finding?
from you?
How are you finding the doobies? Are
Watching
they
Al
hard?
over there suck on the thing. When are you going to pass that fucking
What's
thing?
Al saying?
Well, you wait a
How-
minute. You didn't even light it.
No, you
How
got
are you finding the doobies? Are they dry? Are they moist? Are they rubbery?
They're probably not.
Is it a leak?
Yeah.
There's a leak.
They'd be
yeah.
probably
40, maybe 30.
Pre-roll.
yeah, a little
all
drier than
Looks okay
Than
to
usual.
me.
yeah.
Number
You know, they
3.
gotta get
No,
them
yeah.
dried. Okay. So Shallon, you're lighting that?
Yeah.
Here is your
Okay.
return doobie. You pass that along.
Quality of roll.
Yeah. Put that
Where's
back
that
in
in
the
there?
tube.
So you don't, or put
Thank
the
you.
filter in.
8.
in your tube, keep it up. It'll just all
Okay.
fall out of there.
Selection of rolling paper.
Hmm?
Selection of rolling paper.
Rolling paper. Yeah.
That smells really familiar from here.
Make sure
It is.
Yeah, it's the stuff that Al had, isn't it?
Yeah, but the smell, as soon as she lit that, I'm like, that's familiar.
So we'll have to.
Which number are you on now? 3. Selection of rolling paper.
quality of roll.
Low quality, high quality.
I'll go
Yeah, we're
7
not
on that.
seeing any abuse.
Selection of
Bent
filter.
over.
I'll care for. I mean,
Yeah.
they're gonna
Selection
probably
of filter.
package them extra careful too. Because,
Right.
this whole presentation thing is part of it.
That's okay.
Yeah, and it's a paper filter. That
Taste before it was lit. The taste before it was lit.
What are you guys feeling about the papers that they're using?
The papers
have you
that
smoked
they're
it yet?
using.
You haven't smoked it yet, have you?
Overall,
Have I got any smoke?
I'm not.
Did you smoke it yet?
I'm not super.
He won't give it to
disappointed
me.
Oh, I
like
see.
that.
Okay. It'll
To
come.
me, when I smoke a raw paper, it just seems to burn black.
He didn't want to smile, but he did.
To me.
I don't particularly like rye.
So I don't like where that happens.
You can tell a raw paper, be it a
Yeah,
pre-roll or a roll. You can tell a raw paper. Very distinct smell and taste to them.
Yeah,
Right.
this is burning. This is burning really
Thank
good.
you.
There's no runs or anything. I can see a bit of resin on the paper. Now, probably the disappointing thing is yet again, it's another one that's got black ash to it. Right?
So this is number what, Al?
Yeah. What's that?
What number is this?
3.
3.
We're on 3 hours and 35 minutes.
All right. Well, I'll be.
There's 4
We
more.
could have done a telethon, dude.
Yeah. I'll be doing some editing and releasing it in smaller. stuff.
Buddy has a question for you.
Number 7. Buddy Weed smoking 7 doobie. Way to go, buddy.
I'm 7.
Yeah.
And then this one 8, and then another 9. Yeah, I'm up there.
Okay, so how's that joint going?
None of your business.
Smoking pretty good.
Smoking, still smoking, still burning, hasn't gone out. Nobody has said no thanks.
Has nobody's had enough yet?
Hell no.
Obviously, Deb has because she's gone inside.
Okay.
She's helping Gail with the food.
Does it taste like it smells?
Yeah. Kind of, yeah.
Get some
Harsh to smooth.
I was just reading the next question. Does the aroma translate to
Not bad at all.
There it comes.
Ash color.
ash? Is
That was
very,
good. Except, no, I've had enough. Thank you.
No, I'm showing you the ash. Bob.
Oh,
Ding, 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 ding.
Give me a joint now.
Over that way.
Rob's got
right.
a perma drink.
Couple tokes still there.
all right. What's that again?
8 is ash color.
He usually has a beard, like you.
Ash color. That was, it was
Yeah.
4.
Like Buddy says, I thought I was catching up.
Effects pleasant or not pleasant or pleasant.
Oh, we'll go 5 on that one, I guess.
So I just want to
Over
thank
all in
Sarah
favor?
Sunday for sending us these kits for
Would you
us to
buy
do
this?
this.
Yes.
This is my absolute favorite time of the year, the Karma Cup. I miss the festival, but as I said at the beginning, I'm sure she's going to figure out a way to do something at some point.
Yeah. Yeah. I do have concern about the research end of things where the lounges are that are operating off right now, lit research.
Yep.
Their ability to do so might change. And that's something I'm only basing on stuff that I've read in the news.
So explain what you're talking about. They've found a loophole that allows a complex to be used as a research facility to test cannabis. And so when you go in there, I believe you sign a waiver, you go in, you use your cannabis, whatever, and it's open and you have to actually do some paperwork. Is that correct, Al?
Yes. Yeah, there was like that at a time.
I've not been to one of those.
Actually, I was to Vapor Central when it had its.
I've been to Vapor Central, but I stopped going to things because I was having a hard time walking. So I kind of missed out those kind of events, right?
Hey, my name is Al Graham, and you're with People Advocating Cannabis Education. PACE is about promoting the benefits of cannabis, which we do through educational documentaries or through public events. Today we're at the Carp Diem Cafe in Peterborough, and I'd like to introduce to you Russell Barth and Christina Lowe, the cannabis advocates from Ottawa, and they'll talk to us about what they're doing to help legalize cannabis around the world. Hello, Russell and Christine. How are you?
We're doing good.
Well, thanks.
Hi, everybody.
What I usually like to do when I get started on these interviews is ask you a question as far as, what do you do as far as hobbies or any education that you may have, just to give a bit of an idea so people know a little bit about you.
Well, I didn't quite finish high school. And then at the age of 25, I guess it was, 24, I started attending fine arts college in St. Lawrence College in Kingston. And didn't quite get to finish that because I ended up in the hospital in my third semester. And then I moved to Ottawa on Halloween of 1994. So it wasn't until 2002 that I started getting into any kind of activism when I was mostly at Christine's urging. So.
Right.
And,
so, Christine, you got any education or anything and hobbies you can tell us about?
Let's see. I've got a little bit. I went to Algonquin College and I graduated with a diploma in graphic arts. Let's see. I also, as far as employment has gone, besides working the typical retail, I worked a little while as a dark room technician. I've also worked at a newspaper. Let's see, what else have I done? My gosh.
Barista.
Yeah, a barista. My last job was working at Second Cup.
Your last job was working at a store.
Oh, yes, that's right. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah. And, but...
Hang on for a second.
Yeah. Now, the two of you are both medical users of cannabis. A little bit that you like to tell us a bit about why you use cannabis and how you consume it?
Well, and PTSD, and we consume is about 9 grams a day each. We eat, melted into olive oil. Like we just simmer it for a long time in the olive oil, strain it through cheesecloth, and then that's how we take in most of it. And then throughout the day we have various, sort of every 3 hours we have sessions with the volcano, where we inhale it, and we also use the bong, dry bong, to smoke it too.
At the beginning there, when you first started talking, Russell, I missed basically why you both use cannabis.
Oh, fibromyalgia and PTSD,
Yep.
epilepsy and PTSD.
Okay, great. We caught that one. Was it hard for you, for the two of you, to become licensed under the MMAR program?
Well, it was hard at first for me because I needed a chronic pain specialist to sign specifically. This is back in 2003, back in the days when a specialist had to be the one to sign, not just the GP.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in Christine's case, it took from right into early 2003, but she was doing so well on cannabis that her doctor finally relented, and her neurologist relented and signed. So she got it before I did, shortly before I did, and then I had a chronic pain specialist who signed for me.
Right.
Then he lost his license. Then I had to go a year with no license, and then I had another person sign, and then my GP's been signing ever since. We've been really lucky overall.
Yeah.
Compared to other people, we've been super lucky. Yeah.
And Christine, with your epilepsy, some of the benefits that you found?
Well, as far as that goes, I'm able to stay conscious through the day. I'm not high and loaded on anticonvulsants, and not being able to be psychologically, emotionally available because of those pharmaceuticals. So cannabis allows me to take care of the majority of my symptoms that I have with epilepsy. I still don't exactly have quite the amount of seizure control as I would like, but it's certainly much better than what it would be on pharmaceuticals. As well as that, it tends to take care of a lot of other symptoms that I have and other disorders that I'm also managing as well. So I'm able to do this with just simply one medication, one substance, rather than being on a whole myriad of drugs and pills and stuff like this. So
she's in quite a bit of pain too because of a lifetime of these convulsive seizures.
Correct.
Still having, 1 or 2 a month.
Yeah.
So,
and what was she? How many convulsions or seizures were you going through before cannabis? Christine?
Well, it's I can answer that better. I remember the numbers really well.
You do the numbers.
Okay. For the first half of 2002, she had about 60 seizures of different shapes and kinds. And in May of 2002, she decided to quit all of her pharmaceuticals and use cannabis. And then she only had 13 more that year.
Wow.
So in 2003, I think she had 13. In 2004, she had 9. In 2005, I think she had 5. She got down to 3 seizures a year. And then in March of 2008, she had a triple seizure. I called the ambulance. They shot her full of Ativan, took her to ER. They gave her a low dose of Dilantin, and she's been having 2 ever since. So we don't know what happened or what caused that sudden gigantic episode.
Right.
And it was horrendous. It was terribly traumatic for both of us. I thought she was going to die. Like, it was a full-on hospital drama with people shouting stuff at each other, tearing things open, and tubes and wires and all this crap, and it was really scary. And she hasn't been the same since. So I've been taking care of her.
But I've been plagued with seizures ever since I've been a child. As far as I can remember, I've always been having them.
Yeah.
When I was younger and I was having the seizures, a lot of people told me, well, you're just having fainting spells. We don't know exactly what's going on, this type of thing. So eventually, finally, when I was about 21 years old, I was able to see a neurologist in Kingston, And I was actually diagnosed at that point with epilepsy. And it's just managing it since with.
And it's a rare form, too.
So.
Yeah.
The thing they don't talk about in the brochures with epilepsy is that about 1/3 of people with epilepsy don't respond to the medications that.
No.
So their life becomes a drugged out mess of just living in homes or staying in one room with a helmet on, kind of stuff.
Correct.
So, this is the thing is, even though she's still having 2-3 seizures a month, she's having better overall quality of life with this than she would be with anything else.
Exactly, and that's a big point. Improve quality of life. No.
Hey, if she was one of these people who could just take 2 tablets a day, have some side effects that weren't that great, and no seizures, like some epileptics, well, that would be the wisest thing to do. And if cannabis works better than that, well, then use cannabis. But if it doesn't work better than that, then use that. But in her case, she's tried all the medications. All they do is bring a lot of side effects. I mean, the whole list practically. And they bring more seizures, not fewer. And the quality of life falls apart. There's no sex drive. She puts on a bunch of weight. Her gums recede because they puff up and then they pull back, and then the teeth are more exposed. And it's very bad. And there's all kinds of other side effects. So overall, this just healthier way to go.
Healthier way to do it. I've been commented to me, about if you start to cough, people say, "Oh, how's that medicine if you start to cough?" Well, if coughing is a small side effect of cannabis, I'd much rather have that than the ones that you just described and what Christine goes through with her medications. So,
if anybody ever wags their finger at me about having a cough, I'll get up in their face about it, because I've had a sinus problem since I was 16 years old.
Yeah.
I was in a wheelchair for 5.5 years, got out. My neck is killing me today, all kinds of stuff. If a genie came out of a bottle or whatever and said, I can do one thing for you, what you want me to do, I'll say, fix this goddamn nose. The sinus problems I've had since I was 16 are the number one biggest cause of grief in my life.
Wow, eh?
So that's where my coughing comes from.
Cough,
Constantly just trickling snot, and it drives me insane. So that's why I'm always coughing and clearing my throat and working up phlegm, is not from... And if anything, cannabis has helped a lot of this. My sinuses are actually much better with all my cannabis use than they were.
Yes,
I live in the
exactly.
Ottawa Valley, too. I mean, you're in Peterborough, man. You're up there in Peterborough. We're down here in a valley. It's like just living in a bowl of potpourri.
We're in a dust bowl.
It's like somebody just walk up and blow a handful of dust in your face.
Right.
It's really bad for... If you're a sinus sufferer, you do not want to move to Ottawa.
No. It's not a good place.
Every season is bad. It's for different reasons.
Winter is bad.
Every season's got its own different kind of bad. So that's the thing. My cough is all coming from my phlegm and from my my snot problem. So pot actually helps it.
Yeah, I find it works as a decongestion, especially through the winter time.
Expectorant too.
Yep. Okay. We got to hear how the cannabis helps Christine with her epilepsy. You yourself, Russell, you got a bit of a story about you were spent some time in a wheelchair?
Yeah. In 2001, I had a back spasm, not unusual back spasm, but another one of my big thoracic back spasms. And it was sending just terrible pain down my legs and everything. And finally, I twisted so bad I couldn't walk properly. And then I got home, was in bed for several days, and just getting back and forth to the bathroom was just an excruciating nightmare. So stupidly, I didn't go to a chiropractor and stuff, but because I didn't know one at the time, and I atrophied very quickly. And this was in November, so by February I was just shriveled right up. I couldn't barely walk 150 feet. So
from 165
that was later.
to 120.
Yeah. So then we got a push wheelchair, for me.
Right.
Christine's parents got us that. She pushed me around in a wheelchair. It was like one of these hospital chairs. And we were going through the snow and on sidewalks and all kinds of stuff. It was really, really hard on her, man. Because she's tall, right? She's 5'10". So she had to lean down to push the chair around. It wasn't like she could just walk all nice and just push it.
Right.
So that was a drag. Then a mechanical wheelchair, and I was in with that until March of 2007. And the thing that got me out was mostly my diet. But back in, I guess, 2005 or so, I was at this special clinic place getting the full assessment. It was like a 6-week in program. They were going to sort of rehab me and all this kind of stuff. After the assessment, they went, well, there's nothing we can teach you. You're already doing better. You're eating better and doing better than the people in our program. You're sort of the result of our program rather than what is normally the intake. So we can't really help you. But in the process, I had told them that it was my speculation that if I had a big pile of weed, that I could, do as much as I could to get past the pain, and then I could exercise a little, strengthen me up, and then I could have some more weed and just gradually, sort of snowball the thing positively and gradually get my strength back. Yeah. And they gave me one of these sort of polite, well, yeah, that's an interesting idea, kind of looks. And then they pulled Christine aside and they said, no, he's being unrealistic. This is his life now in the chair.
Get him used
to that, because psychologically he needs to get used to that.
So they get to tell you you're in the chair for good.
Pretty much, yeah. No, I mean, I wasn't bum stuck to the chair. I could get up and walk around. I could get from the car to the house and back and forth. If I was going to go to somebody's place for dinner, I wouldn't bring the chair, right? I'd walk out to the car and walk from the car into their place and sit and have dinner, but it was always a cane and a hassle, and I moved slow. It's kind of like having, granddad around, right? And if I had to walk like a block, forget it. I'm not even going. Don't even ask. So that was my life then. But in 2007, we lived in a place that was right across the street from a mall. And I got a Category 2 walker, and I just started to struggle. I'd hit the bowl a bunch of times, go, okay, that's my ration for now, so suit up and to the mall, And I knew that it hurt. It was hurting like hell. I mean, it still hurts to walk now. Everything hurts all the time. But I knew that if I pushed through, the muscles might recover. Right. If they didn't, they didn't. But if they did, cool, I could start walking properly again. So by May, I was walking without by June, I was walking without a cane.
Good.
Just walking normal. I mean, the first while I was wobbly as hell, too. I mean, just like watching.
And then, and then you made your way out of the cane, out of the wheelchair eventually, to the surprise of the doctors.
Well, yeah, they were really all thrilled, It helped having a chiropractor right next door, too. My doctor's office was right on the same parking lot as my building, and then the mall was just across the road. So, I was seeing a chiropractor, and then I could just go home and relax. I didn't have to take a long bus home. Yeah.
When the doctor also saw you,
yep.
And she ended up crying.
And this was during a period of time, too, that Christine wasn't having very many seizures. So I could leave her alone at home to work on paintings or whatever. She could go to the mall by herself, get groceries and stuff by herself. There was a big period where she was doing stuff by herself. And before we got together, she was just living on her own and trying to keep a job and trying to keep an apartment. But she was having 2-3 seizures a month anyway. Right. Falling down and hurting herself, wrecking stuff in her apartment, getting robbed, all kinds of stuff. Breaking her nose,
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's a good story to hear you're able to get out of that wheelchair and be able to use your legs and move around. So it's.
And I walk fast.
That's
too.
good.
It's not like I walk briskly. I walk briskly and I can go like 4 clicks in one.
Nice. Okay, now you're also involved in activism, trying to get the word out there to people about cannabis. One of the ways that I understand that the two of you have done a video of Christine and her epileptic seizure. Why did you guys do that, and what's been the reaction to it?
Wow. This is an interesting story. In January of 2003, we had a video camera, an old 8mm video camera, sitting on a tripod. So all I had to do, it had a battery, and all I had to do was flip up the standby, it would turn on, push the button, and record it, right? So my friend was over, and she had a seizure, so I said, here, hold this, don't zoom in, just bring the camera in close, because the autofocus is screwed. It's a really old camera. He goes, okay, well, what do I do? I said, just point it at me, and then let me talk. Now, she'd been bugging me for, a long time, but she hadn't had a seizure in a while. Right. She says, or actually, yeah, you hadn't had one in a while, but she's like, I want to see one. I've never seen what they're like, because I was telling They're just terrific. You grind your teeth and you're foaming at the mouth and you're thrashing. It's insane. She's like, yeah, I fall, I faint. No, you don't faint. You have those too, but this is different. So we got we got the footage. She saw the footage. I didn't show it to her for like 3 days. She's like, okay, I'm ready. She watched it and she was like crying, pawing at the screen, like trying to help whoever this person was stumbling around in our apartment in this video, right?
It felt like a person that I'm missing a part of. I feel like this is a sliver of my self-conscious that is just not available to me. And to be able to see myself, see my body animated and moving without my consciousness in it is just horrific.
It was spooky for anybody.
It's seeing something absolutely voodoo on television.
And this is
incredible.
Where she referred to it as, she looks like a meat puppet, right?
Wow.
So that was in 2003. So we got the video, and that was intense, and
Yeah.
So fast forward to January of 2007. A friend of mine says, you should check out this thing called YouTube. I said, what's YouTube? And he's YOUTUB. He says, you go there, you just type in whatever, and they've got music videos. It's just this video page, man. Just go look at it. Just go see it. I can't even explain it. It's too awesome. So I go to YouTube. I thought, this is cool, the doors, live doors. Cool. I'm looking up all this fun stuff that I want to see. She says, put in epilepsy. Bunch of kids faking seizures, bunch of stuff that says, caution, don't watch this if you have epilepsy, because there's just kind of flicker to it, Yeah. Kids faking them, people. And then there was a couple people actually having seizures.
But it was hospital.
But it was like hospital footage.
Like hospital camera footage from
up in
way
the
above.
So all you see is a person just going like this in a bed and a bunch of brainwave chart, running down the side.
Yeah.
So she said, our footage is way better than that. Mix it up, put it up. I'm like, I don't even know how to mix video. What do I do now? So they called an activist friend at the time. He brought his stuff over. We had to mix the 8-minute video into digital, and it was just a big problem. Added a bunch of text to it about medical marijuana, and we put it up. Right away, the thing starts getting like 1,000 hits a day, right? I email it to the Ottawa Sun. It wasn't like I'm talking like 10, 12 minutes later, he calls me. He's like, are you crazy? There's a reporter I met before. He goes, dude, are you crazy? You putting your wife's on your wife on the internet like this?
Broke my tooth.
She even breaks a tooth video. It's intense, right?
I'd break a quarter off of my molar.
So he calls up Epilepsy Ontario. He's like, what do you think of this video? And the woman's like, well, I don't know. I really like the idea of that, meat puppet and all this marijuana talk. I don't really know if that's a good idea. So right away, there's controversy with this thing, right? Right out of the starting gate. And it kept getting 1,000 hits a day. And it went on and on like that for a long time. But people kept saying, the main comment we got was, hey, the text is going by too fast. It's kind of cluttered. Can't really see it. So right away we put up the second one. The second one has Christine talking at the beginning, and she mentions about the rude comments. We're leaving those comments there. We let everybody put up their rude comments, their horrible comments.
Yes.
We leave it there. We leave it there for the world to see the kind of shit that epileptics have to go through.
Ignorant those people are.
Because everyone, and people pile on. Some troll puts, LOL, just shoot her or whatever, and then people just pile on this troll or whatever, they report him. So I just let it all happen. We just let this all happen on the page, man.
It's educating, and it's also exposing ignorance at the same time.
Yes. So then,
totally.
We put the second one up. We put the second one up like a week later, or a few days later. No text, no nothing, and then it was about 3 years, I guess, and we had 1.5 million hits on the first one, and then it got pulled for the pot references. Somebody finally complained, and we were like, "It lasted that long," And there was a nice article in the Ottawa Citizen about us. The nice picture of us there, with the monitor and her having the seizure on the monitor. So it was pretty cool.
Then it was also on TV on the States.
Then we get a call. We get a call from the doctors. Let me go back a bit. So the video's up there, and right away I'm getting requests. Right? Can we use this in the school? Can I use this to on this presentation? So I had to change the text and say yes. You can do anything you want with this. Share and enjoy. And we got emails from a doctor who ran the hospital part of a prison, and they said they wanted to use that footage to to teach so that they could, distinguish real seizures from fake ones in prison, so to help, save
first
people's
aid.
lives and reduce the danger. But he's trying to fake a seizure and, injure a guard or whatever. It goes both ways. So there was that. I've had young people, like as young as 15, saying, I'm doing a presentation in school about epilepsy, and right up into professors teaching at university level saying, can we use this footage in our class? So after I changed the text on the page, the accompanying text of the video, there's nothing on the video, but you read the text with it. It says, this is your permission, do what you want, download it, share it, copy it, spread it around, So it could be getting used in all kinds of places. Then we got a call, an email, and a guy says, months ago, a friend of mine, his dog had a seizure in front of me. I said, what the hell's going on? He said, dog's having a seizure, right? He's got epilepsy. So I look it up. I saw your video. And you're pretty instructive about how to take care of the seizure and everything. He says, well, the other day somebody comes into my place of work and has a seizure. Everyone else just freaks out. I don't know what to do. I might have saved the guy's life. So that happens. You get an email like that. I mean, some mornings you get up, you're so depressed and angry, and you hate and then you get an email like that. Like, wow.
And for an epileptic to have epilepsy and to be going through so many different kinds of seizures, so many levels of violence of seizures, and to be able to help educate and to be able to have such goodness and such come from something that's just absolutely horrific.
We've been told that this video has saved lives.
Wonderful.
And I mean, if they're using it in schools, I'm yet to find a piece of footage anywhere that matches it. One day somebody's going to have a camera really good and close, because everyone's got cameras now, right? I mean, everybody has cameras now.
Yeah.
So one day someone's going to put up a piece of footage that is going to, ours will pale by comparison.
Someday.
But I haven't seen it yet.
Not yet.
Because we get right, I mean, for those who haven't seen the video, we get right in close. She's all purple. There's veins bulging out of her neck, and she breaks a tooth.
Yeah, you can see the sphincter muscles around.
You can see her eyes twitching like this. It's just amazing,
It's probably something that would,
very intense.
It's like you say, Christine. It's you're watching that experience of somebody, and you want to help them, and it's brought probably quite a few tears to people to watch. You go through that on the video.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got about 10 minutes left, so I want to touch on a couple things. The next thing is the two of you, as far as helping bring awareness, have worked on a children's book called Mummy's Funny Medicine. Can you tell us the story about that, what it got it started, and what's involved, its availability?
Well, in late 2002, when I started using medical marijuana, about 6 months in, we were talking to somebody on the street. I was on Bank Street. It was miserable weather. I started commiserating with another person in a wheelchair. So we got talking about, why he was in the chair, why I was in the chair. And she said she was using a lot of codeine. I said, oh, well, you should try medical marijuana. She's like, oh, no, I couldn't use that. It's as bad as heroin. And it's like, you're gobbling up codeine, and you're telling me pot's as bad as heroin? It's not. I mean, read the science. So she goes, oh, no. I said, you ever tried quitting codeine? And I saw this, look on her face, and I knew, because I've kicked codeine 3 times myself.
I saw this demon fly
in between us.
In between both of those two people.
It was just she knew I was to her. Like when she runs out, this codeine withdrawal is a nightmare. It's not as bad as what I've seen heroin. I mean, you don't go into convulsions and shock, but God, it's a nightmare. So as we pulled away, she's like, what would I tell my grandson? I said, tell him the truth. Tell him your purple medicine you get when you have a cold is for you, and this is Granny's medicine. I mean, it's pretty simple, duh. So she goes off in her chair, So we go off, and one of us said to the other, we don't even remember which one, somebody should write a children's book. And we didn't think anything of it. So then it was Christmas Eve or a couple of days before Christmas or something. My parents were down in Florida, and we were already talking about becoming public activists and doing something with the news and talking with them about a compassion club. So I said, how are we even going to, so we have a conversation on the phone with my parents. Hey, Christmas, yeah, okay, well, have a good time, talk to you, bye. And then I said, how am I even going to broach this topic that I'm using medical marijuana? They don't know. How do I even bring it up? It's like I have to, they're so stupid. I have to use a children's book or something. See Russell in his chair. See Russell feeling better. And then we look at each other like, you know, we knew right away, oh my God, what a crazy big idea. I was, geez. So we got a piece of paper and we just started jotting this down right away. And
doodling.
And that's how we came up with the idea in like quick stages. I said we should do it from a kid's point of view. Kid looking at the parent who's sick. So in the book, Heather, the girl, is basically Christine's point of view, and mommy is me. I'm the, mommy's carrying my sort of symptom.
People might have thought it was the other way around. Like, Christine was the...
Right, exactly. But so the thing is, so in the book, I'm basically mommy. Right. We just switched it around because it was easier than daddy's man. We kicked it around. So we literally hammered the sketch, the text as it went in the book. It must have come out in about a half an hour. Because what is it? I mean, it's like 1,000 words, not even. It was very quick to write it out. So we had some quick sketches, and we're like, oh, this is so great. This is so great. So we told Mike Foster. I mean, he's only a few pages in. His eyes are all wet. He's like, we got to do this book. You got to do this book. He is the owner of Crosstown Traffic, which is the flagship head shop in Ottawa.
Yep.
There's lots of other head shops. There's some that are physically larger, but he was really the first one. It's just the most awesome place.
Premium quality.
And he's also been a big activist for like 25 years in Ottawa. He's not just some guy who owns a head shop. He's an activist. And
Yes.
Yeah, I should actually have my hat off talking about it, quite frankly.
Yeah.
No, seriously, he's Canadian activism royalty when it comes to marijuana.
Okay, continue the story.
So he says, you got to do this. You got to do this. So we're like, we're on it. But I mean, how do we publish this? He goes, I'll think of something. I know publishers and printers. You leave that to me. You get it done. So she starts doing drawings, right? And I'm getting, every time she goes, come here, look at this. What do you think? She pencils something up and I'm like, oh my God. And I start crying. It looks so great. So she gave me all these line works. I scanned them all, touched them all up, get rid of all the weird little dots and whatnot. And then I colorized them all and put it all together with the text. And that took, it took her about a month to draw it, I think it was, and about a month to colorize it, something like that. Mm. And we managed to get it published. When we showed Mike the galleys, we had it all, just as big images. He said, okay, they got to be set properly. But he says, I think I'm just going to do it myself. So I said, oh, wow, okay, cool. So he just talked to a printer and got got a price and everything, and he had 2,000 copies made. So we said, that's awesome. We'll do it for charity. We don't want any money for it. So, and
it's the book. The book itself, when you hold it, it's an educational medium in a very non-threatening form. Having information such as that available in that book, but in a format that is just very simple and very non-threatening. It's easy for anybody of any age to leave that on a coffee table. For example, if I was going to be getting starting using cannabis, if I was trying to approach this topic maybe with my parents, if I feel that I couldn't actually talk to them about it, I'd maybe, get a copy of this book and leave it out on the coffee table underneath Dad's Sunday newspaper.
People have told us
this type of thing.
Older people have told us our young adult children were totally against us using marijuana. Then they saw your book. It totally bridged the gap, and it
started to help change their mind.
Healing. Yeah, people in their 20s are saying, my adult parents, my older parents, obviously, they couldn't cope with this. They saw the book. There's peace in the family again. They've shown it to little kids and stuff. So we've got a lot of positive feedback about the book. And there's a read-through video on YouTube where, we have some nice Pat Metheny music in the back. Christine just reads all the text.
People can just search out Mummy's Funny Medicine on YouTube, and they'll be able to get the video of it. Right. Okay, I'm just watching my time here. There's lots of stuff that I had hoped. Oh, I'm told don't worry about it. Maybe Maybe Marina, the owner here at the cafe, she doesn't know that you and I, Russell, we have spoken for 4.5 hours before, so.
We can
So
do
I
it.
won't go that.
I've got time. We've got time.
I'm in Ottawa. It's not like I got anything else to do.
Yeah.
Later.
Well, later.
Another thing
Later.
that,
We'll do that
you
later.
have achieved through your activism is you have become North America's fourth leading letter to editor writer. Want to tell us a bit about that?
Sure, yeah. Well, in 2002, I started writing some letters to the editor. Got, one or two published. It was one of those things that if I sent and didn't get published, I'd be, all right. So I wouldn't send one for a long time. But then in around October 2003, I started getting more published. And again, this is before we knew about Facebook, and there wasn't Facebook and
Right.
Twitter and YouTube. So I had a lot more time on my hands. And I just started pounding them out. Every time I would go and look on the forums, I found a letter, I find an article or somebody else's letter, I'd reply to it. Just pounding them out,
I
right?
had a list of websites.
I had a list of websites to go. That was my main focus. So from October of 2003 for about 8 years, I did that. And I got about an average of 100 a year.
And that 100 took you how many letters to write? Thousands.
Thousands. Maybe 20,000.
Wow.
I don't even know. See, it's funny because what happened is sometimes I see an article in the Vancouver Sun, right? And it'll be about an issue, medical marijuana, right? But that article is also going to show up in a bunch of other associated newspapers, right? In CanWest. So you got to go hunt for those. You got to find those email addresses and send it to those editors too. And then they put them on. And sometimes you only get it online. Sometimes you get it in the paper. And then other times, like for example, I wrote a letter about hemp. It was quite long too. And I sent it to pretty much, I don't know, maybe 300 or 400 newspapers in Canada. I don't even remember how many. I just sent it to every newspaper I could find in every province, even up in the Yukon and Northwest Territories and everything. And I think I got it in over a course of 3 months. It showed up in 23 or 26 different newspapers.
One letter that they.
So the one letter that I sent off to 300 or 400 different places got printed, that many times. Now the thing about a letter that big, there's a lot of times it would get into a small town newspaper.
They like to restrict the size of letters, right?
Well, sometimes they do, and sometimes they look at it and they go, let's just run this as an article because it saves them having to put a lot of filler in or they have to write something, right? So if they get something that's intelligent and informed and coherent and they can just put the editor at the bottom, they don't have to be responsible for the accuracy of the content.
Yeah.
So it's so they started verging on op-eds. In fact, a couple of times I'd send out something off to the Ottawa Citizen, and there was a really nice letters editor there, and he would call me and say, all right, look, you need to change this and that. So he would work with me to get it right for his paper. And then he had me in to have a serious photo like this taken, of me, the writer, of a letter and stuff. I have to break the law to kill myself and all this. So this kind of stuff happened. And then there was a lot of times I would write one letter and just send it to every newspaper, and it would show up in 3 or 4 places at once, over one weekend or over 1 week. I had one letter in 4 newspapers in one day. That was pretty awesome. I think it was the one about Pierre Burton.
So advice to somebody who is writing letters is, even if your letter doesn't show up, keep pounding them out because eventually they will get.
And the thing is, too, the editors read them, right? The editors are looking at these letters, and if they start getting more a consensus of people who are sending in a lot of intelligent, concise letters, especially if you correct them and say, well, actually, your article about this, correct them. And people are like, oh, I don't have time for that. Yeah, well, you got time to sit on the bus and play some game on your phone or whatever. You know, you got to play a video game. Take an hour to write some letters. You know?
Exactly.
I've already
You're
done
part
it.
of the problem
I've
by
already
sitting
done
there
it.
and playing video games versus going out and trying to help change things.
Yeah. So I mean, there's other guys who have done a lot more.
Yeah.
Robert Sharp is most. Kirk Muse is the other one, and Stan White. Those are the three guys ahead of me. Now Robert Sharp, he does a lot of it in the States. I hardly ever wrote to any place in the States. If I had taken the time to just write to places in the States, I could probably, my numbers would be up like
yeah, they
his,
probably
too,
would,
probably.
and you know, it's quite the
But I
accomplishment
just
just
took
to become fourth. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I mean, that's
and
fourth
you're
in the
only
world.
trading basically on Canada. Yeah.
In Canada, yeah. And the thing is, too, I mean, I don't know for sure, but I don't think anybody else in Canada has ever written 800 and some, had 800 and some letters published in Canada. Period. So I might just be the most published letter to the editor writer
Canadian
in
history.
Canadian
And
history.
just so people know, this isn't just like this is all letters, not just cannabis letters. You're the fourth published
exactly.
editor writer on all subjects. Now,
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but I mean, if you go through the history of Canada, is there anybody who's had more than 800 letters published?
Yeah, really.
In their life?
I don't know.
So letters to the editor, I mean. Letters to the, I don't know. So I can't really say, I'm the biggest real letter writer in Canadian history, but it's starting to look like I am.
I've been writing for years. And I got maybe 20 in.
Because I know Stan White, Kirk Muse. Yeah, well, those guys are all American.
Yeah.
Robert Sharp, Kirk Muse, and Stan White are all American. So I think
the next thing I want to touch on, all right, is a news conference that you held. Not many people get an opportunity to hold a news conference to oppose an opposite of their prime minister of their country. So would you like to fill us in on this story and how you're able to accomplish that?
Okay, well, how we accomplished that was with the help of Tim Meehan.
Yeah.
And he knew a little bit more about getting onto getting a press conference at Parliament Hill is actually pretty easy. You call up the press gallery. There's a phone number. You can find them online. And you say, I want to hold a press conference in the Charles Lynch room. And they'll say, okay, what's that about? And what date? And when do you want to do this? And this sort of thing. So we did this kind of stuff. And we learned a lot of stuff about that, but that's another story. And this story, what happened was, Stephen Harper was going to be giving a speech right over at the Chateau Laurier, which is quite literally next door. It's just over it's right next to the canal, and the canal is right there by Parliament Hill. They're right there at the Chateau Laurier at the Canadian Chief of Police Association, right? All the Canadian chiefs of police are there. So he's having a big press conference. He's giving a speech at their big thing. So we said, all right, we're going to have a press conference right after whatever. He's scheduled to have his speech at a certain time. We'll have our press conference at the same time. So we show up. I was using my wheelchair at the time. Christine's there, me and Tim. I think that was about it. I don't think anybody else came with us. So maybe John Ipata was there.
I think
so we go there, and there's like nobody. Right? There's like almost no. I think there was one or two reporters. I don't remember, but there was hardly anybody. It was not a big press conference. So we stand up there, and Tim gives an introduction. And he's got ready, and I get up and I talk for like 11 minutes or something. She gets up and she talks for like 7 minutes, and there weren't too many questions because there's only one or two guys there, and then that was it. And we went, wow, that's a drag.
Yeah.
Oh, well. So we went home, and we found out afterwards, someone told us, oh, my God, you were on CPAC. And we said, what happened? And they said it was the craziest thing. Stephen Harper's there giving a speech live, right? They're feeding this live on CPAC. Stephen, we're going to give you the tools you need, and blah, 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 this and that, and wank, wank, wank. So everyone's like, yeah, it's great, okay. And it cuts to Van Dusen in the studio, you're going, okay, so that was Prime Minister Stephen Harper at the blah, 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 and this and that. And now here's some activists who disagree with their crime policy. We go live to the Charles Lynch room, and they cut to the middle of Tim's introduction. And then her and I get to talk uninterrupted for whatever, like 17 minutes.
Nice.
And they didn't cut back to them. They just let us talk. They didn't like, okay, that's them. They're going to talk for days, so we're going to go to another thing.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times they do in the news, right? They just let us go. And we never saw the footage of this.
Probably.
It's probably in the archives there someplace, you know. But when we were done, then they cut to Van Dusen. Okay, well, they gave this thing and gave a couple of highlights. He probably had the teleprompter ready for him, and then they went on to whatever else. I didn't have CPAC at the time, so I didn't know. But people called. They're like, "Oh my God, the whole thing!" It's
Yeah, I guess
so
you would
we
be.
were really happy about that.
Following the Prime
And then, of course, we had quotes. There were quotes by both of us. There were quotes. I think there were quotes by both of us in print media the next day too.
There was that as well.
You know, there was that.
Well,
another time we showed up. Another time we went to talk about driving. Nobody came.
Yeah.
Like there was the cameraman and us. Not one reporter came. Not one. And we were like, man, this is just the worst ever. But it was about driving. New driving laws they have with marijuana and driving, right? And drug driving. So we thought, oh, well, the next day, it was like the bottom half of the front page of the Vancouver Sun was this article about the driving and long quotes from me and the whole press conference.
You never know. So, you know,
it's a trip you live in Ottawa. It's such a trip living in this town, man. It's so weird. It's like living in a time warp.
Yeah. Marina here, the owner, she agrees. Okay, now I want to move on to the MMPR. Everybody knows that the MMAR is changing, and we're being forced to swallow this MMPR unless some action can make some changes. Can you tell us a bit about how this program is going to affect the two of you?
We're screwed. That's all I can say. We're screwed.
Affordability, strain
the
selection, that's all gone.
Affordability, quality, strain selection. Gone. You know, we contacted Health Canada, right? Contacted Rona Ambrose. I got my MP to contact Rona Ambrose, right? And say, listen, you know, we're not going to be able to afford this. What are we supposed to do? So they said, she replies, contact your health care provider, health insurance provider, right? Well, in our case, that's the province of Ontario. So I contact the province of Ontario, and they said, hey, medical marijuana is on the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. We can't even talk about it.
Until it's a DIN.
Like, we can't, until it's a medicine with a DIN, it's not we can't do anything about it. So it's like, you ask your dad, hey, can I do this thing? And he says, well, you better ask your mom. And you go ask your mom, well, what did your dad say?
Right. I know there was a couple of years ago when all these meetings were going on and they were meeting with people. The government told the compassion center operators and stuff that were involved in the meeting that it would require patients as well as the commercial distributors to lobby the insurance industry for coverage. Otherwise, we were on our own. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So we're
fine. Whatever happened about caring about the patients instead of caring about whether a multi-million-dollar company is making $1 billion a year in profit.
Exactly. And this Ontario government is already so mired in scandal. The last thing they need is, we're going to start just, giving people ODS, people on Ontario disability and welfare, we're going to pay for their medical marijuana. Now, forget the fact that it's safer, more effective, and cheaper than many of the drugs that are already covered under the ODS.
Probably reduce healthcare costs.
Exactly. They would look at this and they go, wow, this is a no-brainer. But how do we tell the public this? With Tim Hudak, yap, 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 yap. With Sun News Network, yap, 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 yap. How do we get any of this across to the public, right? It's up to us. It's up to people like us to sit on the bus and talk loud. Pot cures cancer. And the government's taking away our medicine, we're going to die. So,
have a mission to every person out there who's advocating for cannabis to talk to at least one or two people daily, constantly, in order to
Well, I mean, I usually wear a T-shirt that has something that's going to attract attention.
I do the same thing.
Usually it's my marijuana cures cancer T-shirt,
Got
which
my
always
time
gets
for
people
hemp
talking.
T-shirt on.
Yeah, yeah. I think everybody should get one that says marijuana cures cancer. Now, some people wag a finger about that and they go, well, cure, you can't really say cure, but let's talk about the word cure for a minute, right? If you take a treatment for a medical condition and the medical condition goes away, then it's a cure. But if it doesn't go away, then it's a treatment that failed. Well, as a medical treatment, marijuana has cured people's cancer. In the past, doing so in the present, likely will in the future. But a good friend who we never got to meet in person, Michelle Rainey, she was taking a double dose of the stuff, cancer ate her right up, man. So it's not magic. A lot of people are getting chemo or radiation. They're like, yeah, I'm doing great. I feel great. I'm doing great. All of a sudden they get some sinus infection. Boom, the guy's dead 3 days later. Or something like that. It can be that quick with cancer. So to say, marijuana cures cancer, well, water doesn't cure thirst, but it's a conversation starter. And that's why it says marijuana cures cancer, look it up. So they're going to go look it up online, or they're going to take their phone out and start looking. There they go. It's better than walking around with an Ottawa Senators T-shirt on, or a Toronto Maple Leafs, or some other.
Talking about Michelle Rainey, I see you have a medicinal T-shirt on from Michelle. And as I look at the calendar, we are 5 days away from, I believe, the third anniversary of Michelle's passing. There will be the third annual Michelle Rainey Walk will be held in Toronto on the 20th, and that is looked after by Erin Butterfly, and she organizes that every year. So, yeah.
Awesome. I wish we could try and organize one in Ottawa, but honestly, we struggle just to get our own errands and stuff done, and keep our own sanity in order, And this town is just
pitiful.
It's hard to get even 5 people to do postering and this kind of stuff. It's different in Toronto. You get the Vapor Lounge. You got all these people who are congregating.
We run into the same problem here in Peterborough, and there's a fellow by the name of Blazing Wrinkles who's working very hard. He does the Peterborough 420 and Peterborough Cannabis Day, and he's working on some other secret projects right now that I can't elaborate on till another time. But if they come through to fruition, it's going to be a huge step here in this area, I'll tell you. Last question, and this got to do with legalization of marijuana. And the stories that we're hearing in the news with Justin Trudeau and when he's talking about legalizing, and he talked about how he thought that the new MMPR program had to remove grows from people's houses. Is this a pipe dream of his? Or is this something that it could be a possibility? Because you and I, we both know we've heard this for 40 years. But does this seem a little bit different this time?
I think it's different this time because of, the cancer information, internet, doctors like Sanjay Gupta, the changes in the U.S., Israel, this kind of thing. I think we're off to a good start. The problems I foresee with the Liberals is that they see it as a contentious and difficult issue to get across to the public already. As you can see, it's sort of helping their popularity, but it's still kind of scrambling to get coherent, right? It's not and the thing is, people keep Justin Trudeau saying this and Justin Trudeau saying that. It's not like he goes bursting out of the gate, well, I think this and that about marijuana. It's the press ask him a question and he politely responds in a fairly intelligent and almost fully informed way. Now, I agree with him about the MMPR. Taking away people's grows is ridiculous. It's the safest, cheapest, most effective way to get medicine to the people, for the people who want it. People like us, forget about it. The best way for us is through commercial grows, the big ones that produce and send it through provincial, bodies, deliver it to our door like they do with her hormone thyroid medication that she's got to take. Right?
And the whole bit.
That's all free. That's delivered to our door. So for some people, not everybody wants to grow. Not everybody needs to be growing. I mean, some people have a dose load so big that they'd have to live in a 6-bedroom apartment to do it. You know, you cannot. Some people can get by in 3 or 4. I know a guy who got by in 1 pinner a day for his Crohn's.
I know.
Yeah. He says, man, I said, you don't use very much. He says, I roll these little thin joints. He says, I smoke a half of one a night. I don't have Crohn's. He says, if I miss that joint, boy, do I have Crohn's. It's like I got broken glass inside me.
Yeah.
And I shit blood, you know. But if
when
I have
people
my
talk
dinner,
about legalization, some people picture everybody growing 1,000 plants. Is this something that some people, whether you're government or recreational users or just anybody in society, should be worried about somebody growing 1,000 plants?
I don't think so. Because, you know, if let's say the law fell apart tomorrow and, you know, Peter Mansbridge and, you know, every other news, Kevin Newman and everybody like, well, that's it, man. Marijuana is legal. The law fell apart. It's like abortion. It's all up in the air. You know, we don't know what to do. And everybody starts growing. Okay, great. Everyone's growing on their balconies. Everyone's going to grow it in their backyards. Everyone's going to grow. But somebody's going to grow 1,000 plants one summer. And be, oh boy. And they're going to hang it all up in their shed. And it's going to cure real nice. And they're going to trim it all. And they're going to bag it all. And they're going to, okay, great. And they're going to bring it to the market. And the market's going to say, yeah, you know, $800 a pound. What? Are you crazy? I need that much to grow all this.
So basically, because everybody's got 1,000 plants, nobody's got any.
It's called a market glut. It's a lot of work to deal with 1,000 plants, man. Especially if it's all one harvest, right?
Yes.
If you're growing 10 rows of 100 plants, you're going to cut them all down and hang them in one weekend? You think you're going to trim all that in one weekend? Maybe with a big machine.
And if everybody's growing 1,000 plants, where is it going to go anyways?
Exactly. Who's he going to sell it to if every grandmother and every teenager's already got their 5 or 10 or 20 plants in their backyard or their shed or their basement or whatever? So some guy's going to grow 1,000 plants. He's going to try and get it to the States. What's he going to do? Put it on a truck and just drive across the border?
No,
it's not that easy. Even the bikers are going to be turning it down, and the mafia are going to be turning it down because they're like, hey, we got plenty. There's a market glut. No one's buying it, and there's only so much you can push across the border before it starts.
That's right.
Everybody starts to get hot. So, you know, I'm not worried about stuff like that. The thing I'm worried about with everybody, you know, free for all, is much like we have the problem, or much like the problems we have now, is that people are growing crap weed, and they think it's great. You know, you go into any head shop that's like a grow shop place, right? And you get talking to them, and people will bring little samples, like, oh yeah, look what I grew. And the guy's like, you don't know a damn thing, man. You don't know what you're doing. Get that book, this gear, this is how to do it properly. Because people are growing all this chemical-laden, raggedy-ass weed, and they're selling it to people on the street. They're selling it to teenagers. They're selling it to old people. They're selling it to sick people. No. And it's not cool. You know, I just wish people would take the time to grow it clean. I don't even necessarily mean organic, but just,
Flush
you know,
Get rid of the
flush it really
salt.
good.
Yeah.
Flush it really good, you know. Use lots of neem oil so you don't have a lot of dead in there, you know. use a lot of neem so you don't get fungus, you know. Really control your environment so you don't get mold. This kind of stuff. But no, man, just fungicide that shit. Just pesticide that shit. Just pound it. Snap, crackle, and pop, baby. You know, like it's dog shit weed. It's skunky, chemical, stinking dog shit weed, and it really depresses me because it's like eating. It's just like eating, you know, junk. It's like McDonald's is organic beef.
McDonald's doesn't have any beef in it.
It's just exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's just a lot of chemical crap. You know?
It's just dreadful.
So this is what bothers me more about the free for all. I like the idea of, like I said, the only control I would really see is in terms of smell and in terms of sort of electrical and water and chemical runoff. Because if every other house in the suburbs starts growing anything,
tomatoes,
pot, food, whatever, in their basement, starts dumping this stuff down the drain, the water, I mean, there's going to be algae blooms or whatever growing in our water systems and our lakes and rivers where all the sewage, you know, our sewage treatment plants have to deal with all this stuff. And in Ottawa, every time we get more than like 2 inches of rain, our sewage treatment plant completely overflows, and raw, untreated human toilet flushings go downriver toward Laurel and Hawkesbury and
that's
all
not good.
points
That's not good.
east and south.
Okay.
That's not good at all. Every time we get a heavy in Ottawa, and it's been like this for years, and I don't think they fixed it yet. We're talking 700,000 liters at a time.
Oh, that's and then people swim in those
raw
rivers. And people the towns suck water out of those rivers.
down to Carry On. Yeah, exactly. Carry On Beach. Yeah, they're pulling water out of there for their farms or whatever. You know, it's just
disgusting.
It's disgusting.
Okay, to wrap things up, have either one of you have a final word that you would like to say?
Yeah, get out busy. We were just talking about this with Matt Myrna on his show before you called. Have conversations on the bus. Have conversations in the supermarket. Fake a phone conversation with your cell phone. You don't have anybody to call. Walk around the supermarket, blah, blah, blah. Pot cures cancer. You should have seen this woman on TV on the internet. Her breast was rotting right off. Her breast is all fine from the cannabis oil. Amazing thing, blah, blah, blah. Get out and get active and just get into conversations with people about marijuana because the fucking media is not going to do it
Get
for us.
involved and speak up. Christine?
Yes. Yep. Well, I'm pretty well much on the same page with Russell. It would be wonderful to see more younger people get more active in their community as far as this goes, because just seeing young kids schlub around town wearing their pants halfway down their ass and
shoes all untied and whatnot.
Yeah, and shuffling their feet and using their little iPads and their little cell phones to check out porn sites.
Yeah,
Like, come
get
on,
busy.
get more active in your community.
Yeah.
Please.
I've worn myself out doing this.
Okay, well,
My
at this
husband-
moment, I'd like to say thank you to Russell and Christine for taking time to educate everyone on what's it like to live as a patient and as a cannabis advocate. I'd also like to... You're welcome.
Thank you for having us.
I'd also like to
Thanks
thank
for having us.
Marina and her staff here at the Carp Diem Cafe in Peterborough. And everyone... Yeah.
Thank you so
and
much.
everyone present today, for those on YouTube who will be participating for being people advocating cannabis education. Thank you. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Russell and Christine. And we'll be talking with you two very soon. Okay, bye-bye.
Sounds great.
Good
Take
night.
care. Good night.
Well, look, anybody has to bring a suitcase to carry their weeds got a lot of weed. Look. Well, I guess you're doing the same thing. So what do you think?
I love it. Yeah, I love this. Is my first time being back in a couple of years, so it's been awesome. It's been nice to see so many people.
I believe it was you. I think the last time I talked to you, you have something to cook, chef. No, okay, all right. Maybe then obviously it wasn't you.
No, I'm Mellow Moments.
I know that. Yeah, I just couldn't remember who it was because I lived in that town and they had their son was working in a restaurant that I ordered pizza from.
Nice. Oh, yes, it was in Marmara.
Correct.
Tom, what was it? Oh, thank you.
Theo's.
Theo's.
Who was you?
It was me. It was. Look at you.
Ah.
Good as that. I was like, he's not a cook. He works.
And you know what? At that time, and I don't know who was working, right? But I have to order pizza without cheese. Right? And the other one store in town wouldn't do it, but Theo's would, and I always get extra toppings.
That's smart. That's smart. They should give you extra toppings. When they take stuff off, they should give you more. It should just be a go around, right? That's the way it should work.
So you're running into a lot of people here. Here we go.
I am. Yeah, it's cool. It's nice to see new faces. It's nice to see new people. I'm absolutely excited that we get to see magic bands, marching bands walking through.
ran into him like 4 times.
Not women in string bikinis, so it's great. I'm loving it. I'm loving the step forward towards the advancement. It's nice to see the new friends and see the new faces coming in.
These events do, like back in the Treating Yourself Expo days, people were from Europe and stuff, and here I've run into people from the U.S.
Yes, it's wonderful. It's amazing to see so many. It's nice to see it kind of go back into medicinal. I find that a lot of the people that are still here that have been here, it's because it's our medicine, right? And we're for our medicine, right?
And we're still yelling at the top of our lungs, right?
Exactly. So
Still lots of work to be done. Just because Canada has legalized cannabis doesn't mean that you shut down your advocacy. There's lots of things. See, I call it before cannabis was legalized, we were arguing for cannabis law reform.
it's true.
Cannabis is legal now, and we're still asking for cannabis law reform.
We're still asking for the same thing.
There's things that we want.
Yeah, that's. I think actually I stepped back because my heart got hurt when I saw the way things were going, and I kind of stepped back. But it's about the plant. It's about the medicine, and that's what we're all here for, right?
Exactly. Still continue your advocacy work, and for me, it's been about patients getting access. People are getting more access because of being in the stores. Unfortunately, I'd rather have them be able to talk to a medical professional at a place, at a dispensary, because bartenders can't say anything.
Exactly. That's why voices like ours are important. And that's why I'm starting out a new podcast actually, and why I want to start coming out. We need to start talking about the medicines. And
I look at it, there's no reason other than regulation and red tape that why couldn't they put some medical outlet inside the retail location? Set some type of regulations or whatever has to be done. And that way, people who feel comfortable talking to somebody versus,
Exactly. I find that we've all sold enough weed or weighed enough weed to know that those scales have to tip both ways before they balance out, right? And I think we're getting to more of the balancing part. Sometimes it's going to tip on the other side, but we're going to get that balance coming.
There's Humber College here in Toronto is doing a survey online, and it's called the PACE survey, and it's got no connection to PACE radio. Okay, it's pharmacists. I think and I can't remember all the words. Okay, unfortunately, but it's pharmacists. So what they're wanting to do is collect the information off of patients and other people, and they're going to educate the pharmacists with that.
That's beautiful. That's why I love Hybrid Farm out of Ottawa.
Yeah, exactly.
With Raheem. Raheem has been amazing, making so many differences in the pharmaceutical world, right?
Cannabis has been legal medically for over 20 years in Canada. Why is he the only medical location in our country?
Right? That's a question I would love to hear the answer to.
There's people who are doing great stuff like Ted and BC out in the West Coast. They've tried to be able to do something like that, and there's others. But we got to get a spot where people can actually go in and talk to them. I know they want you to go to a doctor, but not everybody gets the approvals from the doctor.
And not every doctor's for it, right? We still have a lot of doctors that live in that outdated belief system, right? So until we can get to the new belief systems and get it in there. But I talk to patients and I hear it's coming. I hear it's coming every day. I spoke to a client a couple of days ago that is actually went to his doctor, told his doctor that he followed all of his advice except the medication, except taking the medication, and he's much better for it, and that he's using cannabis. So he's actually now submitting data back to his doctor in regards to cannabis. So
they had this program going all these years. They could have had patients to just volunteer. Not make it mandatory. Just volunteer if you want to be involved in helping educate doctors and the system. Connect with it.
Absolutely. I think that's great. Yeah, I think we need to continue to do that.
I look at it as a missed opportunity.
Absolutely. I think we missed a few opportunities in the industry. So, but again, with those scales, right, we have time to come.
That's right. Exactly. You never know. Could come again. All right. It was good talking to you.
Thank you. You too, Al. It was great to see you.
And we'll see you around to talk to you. And probably see you in there. And you just never know who you're going to bump into on the street these days.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Nothing? Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is not much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiba grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Gotta get a better picture of Lenny. Looks like friggin' deer caught in the headlights.
Well, that's why I used it.
I know, that's just mean.
So
Lenny's supposed to be here, so we'll see.
he'll be in. Yeah, he said he'll be a little bit late, maybe. So today we're welcome to the 420 Radio Show. I'm Al, and that's Marcel.
Back.
And we're today we're swimming with the fishies.
Yeah, we're swimming with the fishes. We're all going to be swimming with the fishes.
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah.
Once Trump pulls that trigger.
Well, no. I'm looking forward to Waterworld.
A new movie?
No, actually, Waterworld. The whole planet. That would be cool.
You know, but that's not going to be a world war that starts that, dude. That's fucking global warming and shit. So.
When I lived in BC, somebody asked me, because our office was in the city in Vancouver, and I lived out in Chilliwack. And somebody said, "Why would you live so far from the city?" I said, "Because when the earthquake comes, I've already looked at where the fault lines are, and
right through Lake Ontario."
Well, I'm talking about the West Coast fault lines.
Okay.
And I said, "So I'm already prepared." I said, "I got a boat." I said, "I'm just waiting for the earthquake to come, and then I can do underwater or downtown tours of underwater Vancouver."
Well, this winter is going to be a tester because we're supposed to get a hell of a fucking winter this year.
Are ya? We're supposed to get a normal winter.
You see, and I had this conversation with Al the other day. Some people are saying it's going to be a fucking El Nino year, and some people are saying fuck El Nino is just going to be a normal everyday fucking winter. But you know what? I don't care. It's cold, and I've already got a foot of snow on the fucking ground.
Yeah, but you live up into the Arctic, so
no, not quite.
Damn near. The El Nino would only really affect the western provinces.
Really? I didn't know that.
The East Coast, because the East Coast, we get all the warm air coming up from the Caribbean. Right? So we tend to have a wetter winter, milder, not as cold.
Yeah, slushy snow and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and I mean, we could get snow at night, and then the next morning when the tide comes in, the fog comes in. So when the fog comes in, it just eats the snow.
Well, we get that.
Yeah.
We get that here. Like, I mean, we've had snow on the ground. It snowed for 24 hours the other day.
Yeah.
And we've had snow on the ground for about a week. I've already been stuck in my driveway once.
We got snow last night. Yeah, it was last night. We got snow, woke up to a bit of white on the ground this morning, and now pretty much all gone.
And there goes the dog again.
There goes the dog.
Rosalie, go lay down, please.
You're going to get your ass kicked, dog.
Oh, she's
a dog, man.
Getting older and senile, and she got crusty ears. Huh?
I'm talking to Sadie. She just woke up beside me because she finally heard a noise of somebody that's been in the house out there for the last 10 minutes.
Oh God, Rosa was just out of the blue starts barking now. She hears something outside and she's like, "Woof, woof." I'm like, shut the fuck up.
It could be a bear. That could be the bear.
No, you know what? There's no bears now.
No?
That's not true. There's been a couple of bears in town that have been seen, but those are just wanderers, guys
Well,
that
yeah.
didn't eat enough before they went to bed.
Yeah, but not all bears hibernate either. No?
They are around. Although
what? Yeah, no, but
cutting through my yard as much as they would.
Welcome back, Leonard.
Hello, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can. Can you hear us?
Yep. No, just get my headset going.
We're swimming with the fishies today.
I see that.
It's a fish day.
How's Lenny doing?
I had a shitty week.
You didn't enjoy did you enjoy your holiday?
Oh yeah, that was like 2 weeks ago now though.
Oh, I thought you just got back.
I got
He
back on the
wishes.
12th. Oh, fuck. I swear, I think today was not that it was even that sunny. I don't think I've seen the sun in 2 fucking weeks. Man, it's been horrible.
It's been gray here for about a week, with periods of sun now and then.
Maybe a smidge today, but fuck.
It's like, what is it? It's -5 outside right now.
Wind was cold today, but we haven't been that bad.
It's 21 degrees downstairs, which I guess is good. It's warmer downstairs in the basement than it is up here.
Really?
Yeah. 80% humidity outside.
Oh, I was going to say, I hope that's not inside.
No, it's 63% in here. It's always humid here, always. In the forest.
Well, you get a lot of lake effect moisture.
Well, considering I'm right on the edge of the lake, yeah.
And the trees hold it there.
Yep.
Yeah, I could see you having a little moisture issue.
It's so moist here, sometimes I get condensation on my ceilings.
That's not good.
No, it's not good.
Did you share our post?
No.
You should.
No, I don't want to.
Yeah, no, but we should.
All right.
People might like to know we're actually here.
Well, we can try.
Them silly people.
Yeah. Well, they have no life. So as I mentioned to Marcel earlier, while using my dewdrop, I went and started coughing and bit the side of my fucking tongue and drew blood and everything, man. And it's fucking, I got a welt on the side of my tongue and it's fucking killing me. So I'm a grumpy ass today. And I did the stupid thing of making a stir fry and going out and getting chicken balls. And I didn't enjoy it because of my tongue. The last time I had a tongue biting, I won't even say how that happened.
I can't remember the last time I did it. I'm sure it was related to a sport or something, or like quick.
Yeah,
fucking hurt. I
was coughing. I was coughing, and I was like having a good time, and I was like coughing. And fuck,
it hurts.
Yeah, yeah.
Every
I have a chipped tooth.
Yeah.
And it hit the part where it's sharp. Right?
Well, I have a crooked teeth a little bit, and I have one that's fucking the incisor. It fucking tear. It's like a dog. It'd tear anything.
Yeah.
And when you bite it, like I've been I can't remember, it was probably in fights, and when you get hit there, it goes right. One time it went through the fucking lip. But every 6 to 8 weeks, I get canker, like a big fucking canker sores. I don't know why. And they hurt like a bastard.
I finally found our post here. It took me a minute. All right, there we are. All right, sharing with here. So Len, while I'm doing this, I wanted to talk to you about your posts at Optimus because I'm really enjoying them. And I know we talked about it. It's a buddy of yours that does that. But I really enjoy those because I'm looking at posts from a medical cannabis LP that actually knows what they're fucking talking about. You know what I mean? Like, you don't see Tweed or whatever they're called now posting about roach clips and things like that, although they should be, because they're all about fucking education apparently. I think we've lost everybody.
No, sorry, I was having a drink.
It's a funny time to have a drink.
Yeah, no. That's why I was late. My kid came home from college. We had a late supper.
Oh, you were drinking with your kid again, eh?
Just Diet Pepsi. Yeah, well, Chris is who does it, and he's really good at it. To be honest, like, we don't even really discuss it too much. Once
I
in a
wish
while, I'll
you'd do
share
some.
shit.
You need to ask him to do videos so that I can play them here on the show.
It's funny. The intent is for me to do videos. I just have no fucking time.
Yeah. I know.
Marcel, do you know Andre?
Yep.
My friend on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I know
Andre
Andre.
does my medicine shop videos, and like he wants to do them. I want to do them. Just fucking
Getting them done. Yeah.
Like, I said I had a shitty week. I think I've had a shitty fucking month, but aside from my vacation, but it's just one of those things. It's like, if you get 2 or 3 things done off your checklist and fucking 4 things pop up, like, fucking Jesus.
And you know what happens with me?
Stupid shit.
With my ADHD, when I have too many things piled up that I need to do, I don't do anything.
Yeah, like for me, for example, Canada Post strike's been a shit show.
Yeah.
Then long fucking story. The power of Optimus got turned off today, for fuck's sakes, because of stupidity.
Did you not pay your bill?
Stupidity. No, the building we lease under, long story, during the transition, my suite got missed.
Uh-oh.
I don't, like, my power's included in the rent.
Oh, yeah.
And anyway, my wife was part of it. She's sort of responsible. But it wasn't really her. It was the transition of the accounts, and they fucked it up, and they turned it off this morning.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, and like, just
nice.
Oh yeah, no, but just shit like that. Oh, then the other part of it is I was locked out of Optimus because when it powers out, fucking thing.
You
locked
can't
out.
get in with the pad.
I couldn't get in with the pad, so I had to run out to my head of securities, like, and he has a master key, and like, it just.
So what would happen if you were in there and the power went out?
You can always get out, but can't get back
Okay.
in. And the only reason I was out,
you can't always get out.
No, you can get out. But I was down in the pharmacy doing my pharmacy license renewal, and come back up, and the pad's off. My fucking truck key was in the fucking Optimus. It's just like there was 4. I'm busy enough as is. There's a good fucking 4 hours wasted this morning.
Wow.
Yep.
And then got to get back, and like, some good things are good. Like, when I'm not in there, the phone goes to voicemail. So I can always get phone messages. Even right now, if somebody phoned Optimus and left a message, I can see it on my phone and hear it.
I have my computer set up to show me everything that goes on my phone as well.
Yeah, so I could service people, like, couldn't fill their fucking orders, but I could service them if they called.
Speaking of servicing people, I have sent. You're going to see Dean's name showing up there at some point very soon.
Okay.
And he asked me what is the procedure to sign up?
Well, it's pretty easy.
You just go to the website and press
yeah,
the
it's
right
just
button?
www.optimuscannabis.ca. There's a sign up registration. You just do it. You get like an email back to log in. Then you just basically, you're all registered. You have your address and all that, and then whenever we get the medical document, we just link them up, and you get an email of activation, and you can start ordering.
Cool.
It's pretty
Cool.
simple. Usually the hard part is getting the medical document for some people, sadly.
Well, you know what? I'm happy to say that I now have a new doctor here at the hospital up here in town. And I'm also seeing the diabetic people, the vampires, as I call them. And so, yeah, I'm as soon as I get that stuff, you'll see my name pop up there at some point. Right.
But yeah, so that's the type of. Well, I said I had what are they called? First world problems. I've had first world problems all fucking week.
Wow, man.
Shitty first world problems, but again,
and I thought
you have your health, you have your home.
Yep.
Like, you know what I mean? You really can't bitch.
My home was leaking for over 2 months, and I've got that fixed. And fortunately, I found a plumber come to my rescue from the next town over, and he fixed her right up. Took him 3 hours.
And then the computer system I use has always been pretty reliable.
And it wasn't
not this fucking week. Oh my fuck. Just bug it. Like, I'll give the guys credit when I send in a ticket to fix it. Within an hour, it's always fixed. But man, it was a rough week.
Yep, it's called getting close to the holidays.
Yeah, a little bit of that too. Been watching our political world just go fucking nuts.
Yeah. Well, there's a call. I'll just sit here and smoke pot. You guys go right ahead.
No. I'll tell you, if you want humor, you got to watch CPAC.
It's pretty good reality. It's literally reality TV,
but it's an unscripted reality TV, so it makes it real reality TV.
Well, it really is real, but it's fucking crazy.
I've watched it before.
Oh man, I don't know. Well, it's pretty obvious when you start watching news from around the world that one man turned our entire country into a fucking joke.
He's getting shit on pretty good across the world right now.
Man, Australia
hates him.
They hate him.
Or the media. I don't know if Australia does or the Australian
media
does.
The media hates him.
They are hard on him.
The Middle East hates him. Yeah, India really hates him.
Well, he kind of brought that one on himself.
Yeah. Russia hates him. Trump hates him.
I don't know if Trump hates them or Trump.
No, Trump would rather him stay in power because Trump could walk all over him.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't know if Trump would say hate him or just is like you can just kind of bitch him around.
Elon Musk hates him.
Elon definitely hates him.
Yeah.
Of course, a lot of people love Elon or hate Elon. He's kind of more divisive than Trump right now, I think.
Yeah, he can definitely make some waves.
Yeah.
Oh, you see about MSNBC going up for sale. Trump puts out a tweet.
Yeah.
He says, "Hey Elon, I got a really funny idea," and right away Elon was, "How much?"
Yeah.
But if he did, I think
he kind of said, "Don't tempt me."
Yeah, I think Elon would rather Disney.
Elon's got his own fucking problems at the moment.
Oh, why? What problems do Elon got? Too much money?
Yeah. His family hates him. Everybody hates him. Everybody's dumping on him.
I wouldn't. There's. That's why I say I think half dump on him, half love him. So I think.
Yeah. You know, I mean, like he's done some really, really cool, interesting, innovative things. Okay, you can't discount that. But his thought patterns are a little out there.
Yeah,
I
but
actually,
you know, unless
that's
here's
to
the
be
thing, though.
expected.
What's going on now is you don't even know if that's him really fucking talking to you in that video, because they got so many fucking AI videos out with that guy, and he's talking about stuff and they're presenting it as he's doing it and blah blah blah. But in reality, it's just AI. It's not him. He's doing his own little thing up in the space world, and you know,
oh yeah,
arguing with his daughter, you know. So
the thing about Elon that I actually give him credit for, and I think society's got to give him credit for, is how he basically bought Twitter and maintained its openness.
Yeah,
I don't think the world, I don't know if the world realizes the impact of that, because it's like the other social medias.
I understand what he was trying to do. He was trying to bring back Twitter to what it was originally, which was an open source, say what you fucking want, uncensored site. Okay, but let's.
And that's why you need it that way.
But that's what Facebook came out from.
That's what they all were, and they all
exactly. That's what social networking came from.
Which is kind of funny.
Out there saying what you want, open speech, blah 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 blah. But it ain't now.
No,
you know what the irony
taking
is
it away.
right now, Al? You know what the irony is right now? Canada imposed whatever the social media ban and control and blah blah blah. But if you actually watch all politicians, American, Canadian, I'm assuming the rest of the world, all their press releases and all their any communications they do to the public is all on Twitter. It's all on X because it's unfiltered.
Right.
Like, it's kind of hilarious. Like Trudeau, Pierre, Donald, every MP, they always do their press releases on Twitter because there's no algorithm that's going to block it. Which is only blocked because they're a whole fucking bullshit with Facebook and the other social medias. So it's just ironic, I find.
Ironic. Isn't it ironic?
Don't you think?
That was pretty quick there, buddy.
Yeah, I know.
You're learning.
You've
been watching Rogan some more, haven't you?
I actually haven't watched Rogan in a while.
Oh, I watch Rogan all the time. I like Rogan.
I see clips. Like, I see his little clips on YouTube, but I haven't sat down to listen to. I think Donald Trump's was the last one I sat and listened to.
Well, Donald Trump's last one has a lot of significance right now because of when it happened. So let's
you're off center.
Yeah, you're off center, Lenny.
Now
I know.
I'm
on a pillow. I'm in my basement. I'm like trying to hold it on a pillow.
You don't have an office at home, do you?
I do. I just don't like sitting at it. I sit at a desk all fucking day.
Fair enough.
That's why I always want to sit on my couch when I do the show.
All right, it's time for everybody to put their tinfoil hat on.
Okay.
So in 1990,
wait! I've got one. I got a hat. I'll be right back.
Okay. Tinfoil hat.
Before you get into it, Marcel, I saw something this one day. I watch StratCan a lot on the cannabis news, and Health Canada is defunding the cannabis whatever sector by $20 million over the next 3 years.
Yeah.
Did I catch that? Like, basically, it must be laying off a bunch of their force.
Well, yeah, the call centers.
I'm assuming it's call centers and inspectors and whatever.
Because they don't give a shit about medical anymore, so they'll just try and sweep it under the rug.
Well, this Health Canada. No, I think it was more like they're the ones to do all the applications, or the ones to do the inspections, and they must be just saying preparing to reduce a little bit of the regulation is the way I read into it. Eventually,
I'd like to see an open market.
They'll never do that. That's Canada.
He's probably up there getting a roll of tinfoil to make it.
I can't find what I was looking for. What I was looking for.
All right, I got to tell you what the news is right
Find my
now.
ears. I've got my fucking ears. I don't know where they are.
Okay, so back in 1997, some guys designed this algorithm that would sift the entire web for keywords. And they used it to make predictions for the stock market. And it made a few other predictions as well. Quite
as?
successfully. Well, actually, hang on, I'll bring it up. Because I just had it here.
Like, could I go to Chat GPT? It's like, hey, I want to put $1,000 in a stock and triple it in 6 months. How do I do it? Well, tell me.
Yeah,
I wouldn't trust it.
But the WebBot was a bit different than what Chat.
The WebBot was basically like a fucking 8-ball that you shake up and it says something.
No, not really, because what it did is it sifted the entire internet and picked up on keywords, right? So other than predicting very well on the stock market, which was what they designed it for, they predicted the Northeast blackout. And,
Didn't they outlaw that?
2003.
Didn't they outlaw that and
They-
make it
well,
illegal to use?
Yeah, well, later.
It was kind of it's kind of like going into a casino and counting cards, right?
Yeah, it predicted Hurricane Katrina and the damage that it was going to do.
That makes sense.
But it also predicted that Donald Trump was going to win. Also predicted in 2009, before Joe Rogan started doing podcasts, it predicted that Joe Rogan would be interviewing Donald Trump as president.
And
how do you know that's really true?
Yeah,
And then
that's what I was just gonna say.
But this is according to this WebBot prediction. And 39 days after that, the world would be in a war with aliens.
Okay.
Oh, that's what you were talking about earlier.
Right. So on December 3rd, there's supposed to be aliens fighting the U.S. military and other aliens at the same time.
I'm sure they've already been there and done that.
You sure it's not going to be Mexicans?
No. So this is all supposed to be in the skies.
Okay.
But so this was all predicted by WebBot in 2009. That's supposed to happen on now December 3rd, which is 39 days since that interview. So it's kind of cool that they did do the prediction for the interview, which is kind of cool. But then if you look at the fact that we have a giant asteroid sailing towards us that's going to be coming by the closest point on the 4th.
And a second moon.
And yeah, there's supposedly we have 2 moons now.
Yeah.
We do?
The other one stuck around. It didn't go away like they thought it was going to go away.
The one that was zooming by us?
Yeah.
Decided to hang out.
Maybe that's your alien space. Maybe it's the Death Star.
That's Death Star.
Well, maybe Apophis, which is basically a planet killer. Maybe it's the other ship that's coming, and those are the aliens that are going to fight with the U.S. Air Force. And if it happens on the 3rd. So on
Get
the 2nd,
ready
I'm
for
going
Independence Day 2025.
No, I'm going liquor store on the 2nd and getting a nice bottle of scotch, maybe some beer,
Just in case.
and some popcorn. And then I'm gonna sit back and be comfy and watch this shit unfold. But it also missed in a road.
I think I just get high.
It's also had its misses. Like it predicted that we'd have annihilation in 2012, but then turned around and predicted this one. So
Yeah, and that's what sparked that movie 2012, which
Mm-mm.
wasn't a bad movie.
That didn't spark that movie. The Aztecs sparked that movie by ending a calendar. Then
Yeah. There's been a
the
lot of
the guy that was chiseling the rock probably died, and that's why the calendar ended.
That's
Hey, does anybody know what comes next?
not
No,
even
he's
a
the only one that
period.
knew. Oh, I guess that'll fuck them up when they
That
see it in a
sounds
couple
like a
thousand
good.
years.
That's a good Mel Brooks line in one of those movies. That would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Yep.
Mel, if you're listening, he's still alive, you know. Mel, if you're listening, that'd be a good line for one of your world domination movies.
I think what people should do is they should go out and leave things on
And leave
purpose.
what?
Leave things, weird ass things on purpose in weird ass places, and let archaeologists in 1,000, 2,000 years try and figure out what the fuck was going on there.
They're called time capsules, buddy.
Nah, they don't. That's not the same thing, right?
My dog is standing there frozen in the hallway waiting for me to come here. Come here. Lay down. Good girl.
So in the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon way, Trump, Trudeau, and Pierre got into it related to cannabis this week too.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about that. I'm seeing,
there's nothing to be worried
that,
about.
No, but I'm seeing that some of his people don't really agree with the cannabis thing, and some of them want to eradicate it. So
Yeah, but their name's not Pierre Poilievre, so they can go fuck themselves.
No.
Because listen, I'm sure there's J.D. Vance, for example, was the perfect example in the States. He's not really.
Isn't he an actor?
No, he's the vice. He's about to be the vice president of the United States. But he's not really. He's kind of not anti-abortion.
Why is
he's
that
not really
funny? Trump's a fucking actor.
Kind of, yeah. Well, I actually believe that's the thing. I think Trump's persona in the media is a character much more so than what he's really like off camera.
I would think most people are.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, well, I guess every politician's like that themselves, you think about it.
They're salesmen. As I said earlier, they're fucking car salesmen.
No, and if you watch the Trump interview with Joe Rogan, he was just kind of shooting the shit and a little bit calmer, right? Versus like up on stage and doing his thing.
I think that when he goes off and he's acting like a fucking loony bin, I think that's partially part of his character and it's planned.
I think there's a spark of truth to it, but I also think he's like turning it up a few degrees, right?
Yeah.
Just
He's
I
being
think
an
so.
actor.
And same as this 25% tariff. He's never fucking doing that. It was a warning shot. He's right. He's right what he's saying. Like Canada's got to get its border, and here's how it turns out. Trudeau said in the House of Commons this week that Pierre wants to, and the Conservatives want to remove the cannabis, blah blah blah, because Trump's going to do this tariff. Trump doesn't give a fuck about cannabis. He's talking about the opioids, that Trudeau's giving out these clinics.
How much cannabis does
going down the
Canada
States.
ship to the U.S.?
Probably, I don't know if they even do it. I'm sure there's some
I
illegal.
don't think they do ship. I don't think they're allowed to.
Oh, they're not legally, no.
No, that's what I mean. For the legal market,
There's enough pot there. Well, this was the whole bullshit about Trudeau's statement. Trump is talking about opiates and the free supply Canada get. Trump's not worried about Canada cannabis. He's got how many fucking states growing it down there?
Exactly.
Trump does. He's not. So that's why I say it was just Justin being a donkey on that one, just trying to make.
Oh, he's going to
trying to make people think
25% tariff because we have legal cannabis. No, we have 25% tariff coming at us because you're a fucking idiot. And keep letting opiates fucking infiltrate this country through China and Mexico.
Yeah, and the free supply and the arrogant, and that stuff is getting sent to the States.
Yep.
So that's what it's all about.
And it's funny because at one time, this was many, many years ago, at one time, BC Bud was being traded pound for pound with cocaine in LA.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? So the coke was coming back into Vancouver.
Wow.
And they were getting the BC Bud and basically trading pound for pound for it. Now, I think we're just sending fentanyl and bringing back cash. because we're not bringing back their pot. We don't need to. So we bring the stuff in from China, sell it, and then sell it to the U.S. Seems like a good enterprise. And Al left us.
But all these rumors of the conservatives gonna take away cannabis, no, they're not.
No, because that would ensure that they would never be reelected.
Well, it's not just that. There's so much money involved now, right? It's billions of dollars. Just like money spent, capital spent, but jobs. Think of all the like recreational dispensaries, all the LPs, all the distributors. Like it would fucking destroy your like. I don't know if anyone's heard. Canada's got this kind of large deficit going on. They're not getting rid of anything that's bringing in tax.
Canada's getting this large deficit, and people are all happy because
I'm not.
Well, 8 out of 10 Canadians are getting more back in the carbon tax rebate than they're spending in carbon tax, so that's a good thing.
No, they're not. Well, that depends how you spin it.
That's according to the government. They wouldn't lie to me.
There's different arms of the government, depends on which arm of the government you ask.
My father was a staunch believer in the government, that the government would never lie to you.
A staunch believer.
Oh, yes. And he swore that the government was doing everything in your best interest because that's the way he was raised and that's how it was instilled.
I was probably like that about 10, 15 years ago, to be honest.
Yeah, and when he had a doctor stand in front of him and tell him that cannabis was actually the safest medicine to use, it kind of stunned him because for years he was told that it was dangerous.
Yeah, like my dad, when I asked my dad if he wanted to try it for his Parkinson's, he was like, "No, I don't want anything that takes control over my mind that way."
Yeah, then they'll have a pill. But so on the way home, I said to my father, because he hadn't said a word the entire time for the drive, and we've been driving for a while. And finally, I looked at him and I said, I said, how does it actually feel to find out your government's been lying to you your whole life? And he looked at me, he said, they didn't lie to me. They've been misinformed. And that's all he would say about it is, they've been misinformed. And then 2 weeks later,
I don't even, you know what? I don't even consider it misinformed.
No,
I almost
it's
want
blatant fucking lies.
I don't even, not always that either. It's like, and doctors do this all the time. They're uneducated or they don't know, and they just take the negative stance.
Well,
yeah, or they look at the physicians and surgeons board.
I sat in a politician's office one time. I won't name the politician, but he was pretty well known at the time. And we were talking about legalization. And
it wasn't John Trammell, was it?
No, I said a politician. He made the comment of, well, patients aren't getting arrested anymore. And I said, that's a lie. And he flipped on me, like complete turnaround. Oh, I'm not lying to you. And I said, yeah, you are. I said, and if somebody's feeding that to you, they're lying to you. I said, because I'm going to 2 different court cases this week for patients. I said, so I know you're lying. And he got mad. He said, no. He said, I'm not lying. He said, this is what we've been told. Well, somebody's been lying to you. And then they still went ahead and did it anyways. I still went to court.
Well, and to despise the whole conservative rumor some more, so at the Stampede, Nova Scotia Stampede, I did run into my MP, Stephen Ellis.
Yeah.
Who was Dr. Stephen Ellis. And He's actually on the cannabis committee with Health Canada. Not that he has that much power, and was also his, I think, in Alberta MP John Barlow. And they like Steve came up to me, like Dr. Stephen Ellis. I've known him for 20 years.
Yeah.
And he basically just introduced me to John, and just they're never going to come out. Conservatives still are never going to come out and just like, yay, cannabis. But they basically said when they do get in power, they're looking to fix the industry. And number one is stabilize it. They can't have all these LPs going out of business. They can't have this tax out of control.
Yeah.
And like one of the things I know they're going to do is it's going to be just a flat 10% tax rate, bringing it down closer to alcohol.
Yeah. That would be
so.
Nice.
It makes a little bit more sense.
Not that it would be nice. It would be more justifiable. But what would be nice is if they remove the tax off of medical.
Well, I'm hoping I'm going to be on one of Steve's phone calls. Well, I'm predicting Mr. Ellis will be your new next Minister of Health, to be honest.
That's what I'm thinking, because the amount of airtime he's getting in the House.
He is a fucking doctor. Like, literally up until last year, he was a practicing doctor.
Well,
his wife's a pharmacist.
Have you seen the memes going around for the U.S.? Their Minister of Health or whatever it is, the last one and the new one that's coming in.
Yeah, the last.
Their last. What is it? What do they call it? Oh, Secretary of Health. Is that what it is? Whatever the Americans are. Well, it was an obese person. The guy that's coming in is a health nut. Like he's 50-some years old or 60 years old, and he's fucking ripped, man.
Well, and you also got RFK Jr., who's kind of got his, he's in the health as well. And
and I can't wait for him to walk into the FDA and just hand out pink slips.
Pretty much.
Because he's going to get rid of a lot of them.
But I just wanted to dispel these bullshit rumors with financially, the conservatives are never going to take it away now. It's out now. It's never going back.
Well, here's the thing. They want to do cuts. Like, they want to do cuts to save Canadians money, which they should do. Number one, remove the carbon tax. That's going to be a big right away.
I laugh when people say Pierre won't do it. Bullshit. This whole fucking platform has cut the tax.
He'd have to do it, or they would basically end up trying to have him impeached. But
the one thing he's guaranteed to do is cut the carbon tax.
But the other thing he's going to do is he's going to cut a lot of these new departments that fucking were created to hand out money, hand over fist, that put us so far into this hole. So those departments are going to be gone. A lot of that, he's going after a lot of that money too. So a lot of those companies that got that bogus money, they better have some in the bank, because I would imagine.
Oh no, he's
coming for a cash grab for that.
Everything that's going on in the U.S., maybe not as loud as extreme, Canada has to be prepared for. And it's not necessarily all bad. It's about, you got to cut all the bureaucracy. You got to they got to trim the budget, man. Like, they got to get things operating like a business. You just can't be throwing cash out the door all the time.
Yeah.
It's all about efficiencies. What they're doing with, how do you say his name? Vivek?
Who?
Elon and Vivek? I can't remember his name.
Oh yeah, Vivek. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. You know who I mean, but their whole job is whatever, the Doge or Doge or whatever.
Yeah.
They're basically going in there is like, what do you do? It's going to be like Office Space. So what do you really do?
Yeah. Yeah. There's going to be some pink slips handed out there too.
Exactly. And Canada, I think you're going to see all societies do that. You can't keep running deficits. Like, it just gets you in deeper holes.
They come out with the latest prediction was that Canada could balance the budget with Trudeau, the way he's going in 2042, right? So he would have to stay in power until 2042 before this budget balanced itself, because he says, "Oh, the budget balances itself." Well,
He can, because he spends money every fucking 2 minutes.
mhm. Oh well, we've got
Like,
to
just
protect the environment, and I'll fly over in my private jet to tell you, right?
well, 3 or 4 weeks ago, like the block won more money for seniors' pensions or
Yep.
whatever, and we can't afford it. It was $3 billion, but he can cut and give everyone $250 and cost $6 billion because it gets some votes. Like,
He gave
he's a
like
fucking idiot.
$9 million to some fucking country in Africa to get them to stop shitting on their beaches, and meanwhile they're shitting on our fucking beaches in Canada, right? So I mean, we're spending all this money. We're $50 million was given to another country in Africa to study insect or something stupid like that. There's literally pages and pages and pages of money that's been given to other countries for research shit that has nothing to do with Canada whatsoever. Other
Well,
than
there's
just giving
that
out
stuff,
fucking money.
but even hearing this tax shit, it's like most groceries, there's no fucking HST on it anyway. So that's stupid. I agree. Diapers shouldn't have fucking tax on it anyway. Anything that's like a legitimate health and wellness fucking thing should not be taxed. Guess what, fuckers? I don't need $250 check from you, Justin. There's a lot of people that probably do need that money. Give it to them. Give it to people that are struggling on social assistance or disability. Don't fucking give it to people that have cash.
No.
Fucking Jesus.
Those people don't get the money. It's only people that are working that get that money.
Bullshit.
And then, we're going to reduce the GST for 2
on
months.
junk food. So you can go get your food at the gas station, get it a little cheaper. Good fucking job, boys.
Yeah, but it doesn't take take the GST off of buying a fucking house or a new car, right? So it's basically, you should vote for us. He's trying to buy votes with $250
everyone
checks.
caught that. Everyone caught that, but and like taking the GST off fucking alcohol, like go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Like we're
take.
I'm sure there's lots of people really happy about cheaper booze, but that does not seem like a good thing to me from a health perspective in Canada.
Remember, the GST was a temporary tax. It was only brought in to bring us out of the deficit that we had before.
Yeah, all taxes are temporary, aren't they?
Then it turned into HST. Yeah, income tax was brought out to help recover the economy after World War II, and it was a temporary tax that has gone up. And then later, the provinces weren't getting enough from the federal government, so they decided they would do their own taxation on provinces. So then there wasn't enough taxes for the hospitals, so they come up with the sales tax, which was the hospital tax back then, and that was your sales tax. Then we started going into recession, so they started with the GST, and that was a temporary tax to pull us out of the recession, but it got evolved into HST later to be a permanent tax that we got fucked. So right now, with the carbon tax that's coming in and all of the other taxes, for every $1 you make, your government is taking over half.
Here's where I would have been okay with the carbon tax. You're taking the money and, I don't know, giving everybody major, like, I don't know, funding like nuclear power or funding solar for everybody. Like, but if they're just taking most of the money and just giving people free money back, like, how's that fight climate, assholes? Nothing. I still got to drive to work. Still got to heat the house. You're not putting it back into anything, so it's a bullshit tax.
Yeah.
And I don't mind paying taxes, but they just waste money, man. They just like fucking military. I believe they say if we ever went into war, we only have 3 days of bullets.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, like God, we're a fucking joke.
Well, that's the other thing that Trudeau's going to get us kicked. Or, no, Trudeau's going to get us kicked out of the UN.
NATO.
Yeah, because if we're not putting the money out for our defenses that we should be doing, and we should, I mean, we're literally the only buffer between Russia and the US.
Yeah.
Right? So I was in the Middle East, and I was in with the UN in a demilitarized zone. And we always said that if war broke out, we've got one army on one side of us and another army on the other side, and we know ahead of time who's going to kick the shit out of who, right? So if battle ever broke out, we would just be directing traffic. Well, Canada's going to do the same thing because they've got nothing to stop anything.
No, I feel bad for our military folks. It's a joke.
Yeah. Hi, Darcy. How you doing?
Hi, guys. I figured I'd come in and say hi.
You're very loud.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'm on my phone.
Oh, here,
Yeah,
we'll turn
very-
you down. Here, I'll turn you down a bit, buddy.
Turn him down a bit. He's a bit vibrating on that phone.
Yeah, I just figured I'd stop by and say hi, see how everybody was doing.
Mm-hmm. We're talking politics. Want to have fun?
Nope.
He's probably going to have.
I haven't said a fucking word, buddy. I just been sitting here.
We talked about alien invasion. You missed that one.
Yeah.
Nick has been yapping with us. Nobody noticed there, Marcel. That's
Here's
your
one.
job. You're
Here's
supposed
one.
to pay attention.
I did notice, but I
Osama
didn't
bin
want to
yapping?
interrupt Lenny.
Here's one for you to talk about, Marcel.
Oh, who?
The simulation.
Oh, God.
Because today it
Is
fucking
it-
sucks.
Lenny wasn't having a good day in his simulation world today either. So,
Are we in the Matrix?
yeah, everybody seems to think we are.
It's something.
I think we are an alien science experiment, kind of like an ant farm that you used to have when you were a kid.
Oh.
Well, he's playing a cruel fucking joke.
I had one of those, but it broke, and my mom made me vacuum them all up.
That's mean. I never had one.
I
If
feel
I
like
wanted-
a
If I wanted an ant farm, I'd go outside and find one.
yeah. Well, if he's farming us like the ants, he's playing a cruel fucking trick. Because Jesus Christ, I like walking a lot better.
Yeah. Yep.
Just
So,
saying,
yeah.
I mean, this life isn't bad, but you know, just saying.
Where's the reset button for this fucking Matrix?
I don't know, dude.
We'll have to wait till the next fucking movie's done for that.
Oh, they already
Yeah.
did the Matrix reboot. Sucked.
Yeah, he's talking about doing another one.
You know what? I'll still fucking go because I love the.
I'll go see it. I've seen them all. Hey, Darcy. Well, I remember. What are you thinking about your that new one there? What's it called?
Yellowstone.
You lost me out.
The one with holy fuck! Smoke another one, Al.
Yeah, really though.
Richard Gere.
Landman. No, that's the new one. Landman. But you posted that you were watching it, Darcy.
I seen that. Yes, I posted so I wouldn't. I haven't started watching it, but I posted so I wouldn't forget to watch it.
Well, watch it so that we can talk about it next week because it's a good one. It's
okay.
It's there. 3 names. I'll write it down next week.
3 names.
Yeah, he was married to a famous actress.
Well, I got a quick little grow segment blurb I can do, Al. If you would like.
This is how we grow the weed.
And there's my answer. So,
Al's
no,
Al's
tonight I just
answer is
wanna-
Billy Bob Thornton.
Thank you, Billy Bob Thornton. Thank you.
He's in the new Trailer Park Boys movie too.
Is he?
Is he?
Yes.
I
Oh
like
yeah,
him.
yeah, in the Bubbles movie there.
And who
Bubbles in
was
the
he married
Shit-Rockers
to?
group.
Who was he married to there, Mr. Trivia guy?
Angelina Jolie.
Angelina Jolie.
Yeah.
And I always
Yeah,
wondered
she's also-
how.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Because-
I always wondered how Sonny Bono ended up with Cher.
Hey, Lenny, cocaine's a hell of a drug, dude.
Yeah, I guess so.
What about Julia Roberts ended up with? Oh, the fuck was his name?
I don't like Julia Roberts.
He's
Oh,
a producer, I think, isn't he, or a director?
I thought he was a musician.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. The Abraham Lincoln looking motherfucker.
Yeah.
Something ever?
You know who I think is really cute together is Gwen Stefani and Blake Shelton. I think that they are just oozing over at each other, and it's fun to watch.
How that
Love
get her is beyond me too. Lyle
What's
love
that,
it.
man?
It does look like Abraham Lincoln.
Lyle love it.
Love it, Lyle. Love it. Yes.
Yeah, but I bet
Is
you-
he married
but
to
I bet you
her? I don't
Gretchen-
think he is he?
Not anymore.
He was.
Yeah, he was married to her.
Yeah, but so Brooke Shields was married to Michael Jackson. So what?
Yeah.
Hey, Al.
Yo.
I bet you fucking Gretchen Wilson isn't too happy Blake Shelton is with fucking Gwen Stefani.
No doubt, but they've been married now a couple of years. So, anyways, we did your grow thing. Do your grow thing.
Okay, I want to talk about a little bit about the importance of testing, because
Testing?
I think testing your product. If you
Okay.
can afford to, get it tested. I got some of mine tested here this year, and I was.
Were you happy with it or no?
I was over the moon actually with my purple satellite mother of berry. I got it lab tested. It come in at 20, just a little under 25%. It was 24 point something,
Which is lower or higher than you thought you would get?
which is a little higher than I thought actually, because I figured I'd come in right around the 18 mark.
Okay.
So that made me happy. But then what really made me happy was when she personally called to tell me that my terpene profile was out of this world.
Oh, awesome.
It was 4.25%.
Who's got a radio on?
I hear that.
Len, are you watching something?
Well, it must be me. Yeah, I guess I didn't know the volume was on it though. I can't hear it. I'm just looking at the video.
But
Apparently the volume
yeah,
was
so-
on. Sorry.
No, you're all right, Lenny. So I got so yeah, it was 4.25%, and she asked me where I grew that, and I told her it was outdoor, and she told me that that's the highest, one of the highest she's ever tested for outdoor. That's the highest she's ever tested for outdoor, but that's one of the highest she's ever tested at that lab.
Awesome.
So I kind of, she said, you should be proud of yourself. You definitely know what you're doing. I said, well, I kind of been trying to say that for years, but it is what it is. So yeah, so when you get your, just get your stuff tested.
Is that Bloom?
Yeah, that was Bloom. Yeah.
Bloom's one of the labs that it's not super high either.
No, it's on the lower end. I like it.
I'd say they're medium. I'd say
I
they're
like it.
medium.
Yeah.
And how much do they cost to go and say, hey, test mine, and how much do you have to send them?
For me, it was $135 for cannabinoid. That's full cannabinoid and terpene.
And how much did that cost
Just
you?
5 grams, isn't it?
5 grams, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's what I mean. How many grams would you have to send? Oh God, I'm gonna kill you.
But then I also took some. But then I also took some oil over that was made with trim, and it tested at 72%.
Wow.
And it was made with trim.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Must be somebody who knows what they're doing.
You think so?
Yeah.
Did you get a chirp on the oil, Darcy, or no?
I didn't do the turp on the oil just because
It'll burn off. I wouldn't bother.
don't care.
Well, I know what is going in. I know what is going in for me. Ha ha ha. And
Yeah.
I can't taste it anyway. So.
Well, I mean,
to be honest, terpenes is kind of a bullshit for taste and smell anyway. People get it. Well, there's more to it than just terpenes.
There is. That full cannabinoid profile is what really made me happy to see the levels of CBN and CBCs and that was in it, because I let mine go a week longer than Marcel. No, 10 days longer than Marcel did his. So that just showed us what it would do if you let it go an extra 10 days longer. But then you got to take into factor too that I live in one town in a bowl, and he lives on a fucking marsh.
On a hill, side of a hill.
Yeah. So, and he gets a lot more colder
I'm on the
weather
side of a
sooner
mountain.
than I do.
I also get a lot more wind than he does.
You do, yeah.
I get wind.
So my plants will actually stay shorter than his do because of how he's situated.
Okay, so I have a question there. Why were my plants so stretched? They're sitting in a fucking greenhouse. They're not starving for light.
The genetics, Al.
You were growing a CBD strain.
And it's genetics. My seed plants. Now, Marcel, I had 2 derp and poison plants.
So there's nothing I could have done differently to keep them shorter and more abundant.
You could have tried to push them out. You could have tried to push them out and top them, but then you could have stunned them, and they may not have gone properly.
I did top them twice.
Well, then there you go. So
I mean, you could have tried doing a scrog with them.
Okay.
Like,
well, that's what I'm
out.
thinking about doing downstairs with one of those plants.
Yeah, but
because I'll tell you, I really, really enjoyed those CBD plants, even though I didn't get much. But they produced.
That's the
they
problem.
both
Is
produced
you're not
more.
going to get a lot.
They both produced more than the other plants.
Now here's a question. Now with that strain, them 2 plants that you grew, did you notice a difference in the 2 plants, or were they kind of identical?
Very, very similar in
very similar.
They made me feel, yes.
So then here's what you need to do when you start your next seed: see if it's the same. As you're expecting, if you're, you could be, a person could be expecting that same flavor, that same everything.
Yeah.
And where you got it with 2,
Chances are you might get it with 3.
Well, I was gonna do what I did last time and do 1 and 1.
Yeah, and if you get it with 3, then if you have 5 seeds, then the chances are 4 and 5 are going to be the same. So then therefore, that strain is kind of that's to me that strain is stable.
Yeah.
Okay, I get where you're going.
Every plant's growing the same, so that strain is kind of stable. See, that's what we pheno hunt for out of thousands and thousands of plants. That's what we look
it
for.
makes sense that they'd be stable because one was a purchase from the OCS.
Yeah.
And so it was a legal provider, and I believe it was called, oh God, it was just in my fucking head. While I'm thinking of that one, the other one that I did was a sample that I got that Mary Jane sent me, actually. And it is, I can barely read it. It was a Homesteader 41. Oh, sorry, no, Homesteader 11. And I can't even read. My eyes are buggered because of the diabetes. But I can't.
Well, when you get good at it, Al, down there in your basement.
Let's see here. Where are we? Come on. Fuck it. Never mind.
It's all good. But when you get good at it, Al, and you get that kind of get your room dialed in a little bit, I'm gonna send you some seeds, but I'm gonna wait till you get your room dialed in.
That'll be very soon because I just got the plumbing all fixed downstairs, so the water's all dried up now. And
I'll send you some real ice cream cake.
Okay, that would be. I like that strain. Yeah.
But this is real seed junkie ice cream cake. I haven't cracked that pack of seeds yet. So
okay. Cool.
I'll take 4 or 5 out of it because I got 11. I know there's between 11 and 15 in the pack, so I'll take 4 or 5 out and throw them in a thing and send them to you.
Well, like I said, I got a new doctor who's cannabis friendly, and so I'm going to go for the gusto with whatever grams I get.
Mm-hmm.
I got enough room. I might as well. I got a room for veg.
Is
I
it
got
true ice cream cake?
How do you know? Did you ask it?
You ask it. No, I just know that. Seed Junkies genetics are tried and true.
Well,
You know, to me, I don't give a fuck what the strain is or who I got it from. Okay, what I care about is I want, as long as it exactly. I want it to grow, I want it to produce, and I want to enjoy it, as opposed to spending 6 fucking months waiting for something that I didn't like at all.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
So yes, I'm looking forward to the point where I'm getting dialed in and I have a routine, and it just happens because the first year that I was here, I brought up the clones. I traveled 1,800 miles with 4 clones sitting in my back window of my car going, I even pulled into a gas station and opened up the tailgate. I went, oh, fuck.
Oh shit! I forgot about these.
I did. David and I stopped at A&W in White River, and I opened up the fucking back, and I was like, the plants just went. But in my defense, I did some research, even had a conversation with our friend Jack, and as long as they are not flowering, you can transport 4 plants.
Well, that's a bonus.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's what I wanted to talk about a little bit, was just testing and how, it is important. Especially
Now what does one, the kit that Ross had, Marcel?
Yep.
Now, are they expensive? Are they worth it?
He didn't have the kit.
No, he had a box that you put in a like a gram of weed in there, and it tests.
Yeah.
it.
Okay. So the problem with that tester, and it didn't. I mean, you don't even hear tell of it anymore. It was a good idea when it started. The problem was it came with preset strains.
Okay.
So it didn't tell you what you had.
It told you what strains it thought it was.
If it was close to
Yeah.
one of these other strains, right?
Okay.
And so it didn't really work. There's test kits that you can do, which is I mean, I've done it, and it kind of sucks.
What is one of those spectrum analyzers that they use at the border and stuff like that? What are those worth?
Oh, $50,000 they start.
Really? They're that much, eh?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then depending on whether it's gas chromatography, then you've got to have it hooked up to gas and stuff like that.
No, this is just a portable thing that they point a laser at it.
Oh, those ones are even more expensive.
Spectrometer, I think it's called.
Yeah, there'd be a bit more expensive.
I've been watching Canadian Border Patrol.
But I mean, you take samples off the plant, pipe them up, put out a micro drop onto a glass slide, throw it into a jar with solution, let it bake, pull it out.
That's how they test it in the lab, isn't it?
A light bulb? No, because now they got machines that do all of it.
That's how they used to test it in the lab.
Right. So you pull a glass slide out, put it on a light bulb or a match just to heat it up enough just to activate it. And then once it's activated, it gives you nice little color lines. And then you sit there and measure the lines and where they are, and the color changes. And
that's how we used to test stuff in science class in high school, with the microscope.
Same way.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you don't need a microscope for this because it gives you the colors right in front of you. I mean, you can see which colors are THC, which colors are CBGs, which colors are CBG.
Yeah.
Right. So it gives you a full line as long as there's cannabinoids in it.
Here's a question for you. You mentioned colors for different terpenes and cannabinoids and things like that. Do they actually like when you sit down and look at a spectrograph, I guess it would be called, or something like that? Would you see a specific color every time for CBN, for CBD, or is it just a group of colors?
Well, no, you see it goes in layers.
So you see every terpene, every CBD actually have a color code.
It's a reaction of that compound with the chemical that's on the slide.
Will it always be that color?
So the glass slide isn't just plain glass, right? It's glass with this white film on it. And you use a pipette and you literally put micro dots on the glass slide, and you only put them across the bottom. So if you're doing one sample, right, like one bud, for example, I would use one glass slide, but I would take 3 samples off of that bud from 3 different locations.
Do you still sample stuff like that in a pharmacy, Glenn, or no?
No. So then after collect the samples, pipe out a drop onto each one, change the tip in the pipette so you don't suck any up, and you do 3 drops across the bottom of the glass.
I've seen video of that, yeah.
Right? Then you take the glass slide and you put it into a jar with a small amount of developing fluid. Seal the jar up and let it sit for a couple minutes. Right? And the vapors in the jar react to the film. When you pull it out, it's all white. There's no color.
So it's a photosensitive coating.
Right. So then you take it and you put it on a light bulb, or you can use a match or a lighter underneath it. Try not to heat it too much because it's a piece of glass and you're holding onto it. And all of a sudden the colors start to form. And you get your first color, which is going to be the biggest one, which is the predominant one, which is also the THC one. Right? And I think on mine it was a red for the THC, went to a blue for the CBD.
So each color represents each one, and it's the same every time.
Right, but the width of it on the glass slide and how wide it is, you have a scale that you use on the glass slide, and that tells you what your percentage range is.
Ah, okay.
So what I did is I did the test myself, then I sent Bud off to the lab and got tested to see if, in fact, it was close.
Which was the higher one?
I think mine was on the higher side, but only because I probably estimated a little higher, but it was only a difference like 2 or 3 points.
Okay.
So it's very small margin. So I thought, okay, this is really good, but it's a fucking pain in the ass ordering the shit, to get the shit in, to do the testing, to get the time to sit down and do the testing. So I'd rather not do it and just send it to the lab for $130.
Yeah.
Yep.
How long does it take? 3 to 5?
Well, I can have my results in 2 hours if I want to pay the extra. What was it? $37.50, Marcel?
Yeah, $37.50, I think.
That's not bad. I mean, it's not like you do it every day.
No.
Buddy weeds.
But I also, Al, before I go here, because I'm gonna go finish watching my show with my wife. I also got a pack of gummies tested.
Ooh.
Ones that I got from a store, and not a legal store, a reserve store.
And
they were surprisingly, they said they were 1250s. Not one of the gummies was 1250, but not one of the gummies was under a gram. So under 1,000 milligrams. So they still had 1,000 milligrams in them, which is still way more than you want to eat.
Yeah.
Way more.
No, thank you.
I gotta tell you, because it's on the same line. We played a game the other night.
Mm-hmm.
Four of
I gave him
us.
a game, Al.
Darcy gave me a game, and it's called Russian Roulette. And what it is, it's a bag with 4 gummies in it.
And you don't know the strength.
And well, it says on the bag that there's one that's a 50, one is 500, one's 750, and one is 1200.
Wow. No, thank you. Oh.
It was a blast for 2 of us.
Too much. Why only 2 of you?
No, for 2 of well, because one of us got the 1250 and one of us got the 750.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah, and one of them greened out.
Gee, who was that?
The youngin.
Yes, buddy, they were very close.
But right on. But no, that's what I just wanted to chat with. I just wanted to drop in and say hi. And sorry I wasn't here
When you
earlier.
answer somebody, you're supposed to post it there, buddy.
Sorry, I couldn't reach. I was rolling a joint.
No, I just was just saying there that I just wanted to let everyone know that I had a death in the family, so that's why I wasn't here for the whole show tonight, and that's why I'm taking off now and just relaxing and dealing with it. So,
all right, well, leave already.
All right, see you guys.
Take care, Darcy.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah,
feel better, buddy. Took him 20 minutes to say goodbye.
That happens. Man, I'll tell you, I've been getting some pile of ads on email for sales.
Of?
Well, Mushroom Kits is on sale. They're having a Black Friday special.
Yeah, well, it is Black Friday.
Yeah.
How much are their kits?
I don't know. I didn't look at the email.
Well, you should look at the email.
Well, hey, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go and I'm going to look at the email.
Look at the email.
And I'm going to see exactly what kind of a deal, Flash Friday discount code exclusive to subscribers. So you got to subscribe really quick, and it's 25% off all mushroom kits and refills. And all you have to do is enter code Black Friday 24.
Once I get everything dialed in for the weed, I'm going to make a shelf with a little box and get a kit.
Good luck.
I know. I had, you know what? Before we've had snow now for just over a week, but before it started snowing, there's fucking huge mushrooms growing all over people's grasses up here.
Yeah, it's because of the humidity.
Yeah, but they're fucking huge, man. And some people, they've got them in circles, and some people they're just like a layer of carpet. It's weird, man.
If you're gonna do a kit, you're going to learn that very quickly. How much humidity plays a role in mushroom development.
Well, you want humidity, don't you?
Yeah, but you don't want too much humidity either.
So you build a box that's controlled inside, right?
No, if you buy the kit, all right, it comes with the box.
Sorry, I just bit my tongue again.
The key with the box is, and here's probably the best tip I can give anybody if you've got one of these mushroom kits. If you go to add water and the mushrooms are already starting to grow,
don't add the water.
No, spray the lid.
Okay.
And then close it.
Okay.
All right. Don't spray the plants themselves.
Now you've tried the kits, right?
Oh yeah, I've done the kits.
And was it worth it?
Yeah. In all honesty, well, for me it was more for our learning.
Fun guys are closed in Ontario, buddy.
Yeah, they're closed everywhere.
Done. They've closed all 30 stores.
Right, but they're doing online.
They're going online, yes, but they've closed their physical stores because they've been rated 159 times or something like that.
Yeah, so that's why they've gone online and they're offering 50% off.
Hey, you know what? There's lots of companies that are running online out of BC and they're doing just fine, and they're staying within the somewhat regulations. They're trying to anyway.
No, I did the kit thing for more educational purpose than anything.
But what I'm getting at it, what you put out for the kit and what you got out of it, was it worth the cost and the effort? Because you know, a lot of people find that growing your own cannabis, although it's very therapeutic and you can usually grow enough to keep you happy for, you know, for the season, it's a lot of fucking work, and and a lot of times it doesn't work out very well.
Okay, so the difference between growing a mushroom kit and growing cannabis is cannabis, you're putting in literally days of labor.
Yes.
Right? Because you've got the
kits,
growing,
you put it in
the
a closet,
pruning,
you leave it. I get that.
and they both take about the same amount of time to run a crop.
Okay.
Right? But the mushroom crop
just keeps going.
You get 3 of them.
You get 3 out of a kit?
You can get 3 out of a kit.
3 rounds.
3 rounds. As long as you don't grow any mold in there, then it's perfectly fine. And you learn the difference between mold and mushroom really quick.
Oh yes, I would think you would.
The other trade-off is you're spending 1 day of sterilizing every
time. Yes.
Right. So even the straw that you're putting in there, you're sterilizing. Then you're not touching anything with your hands. You're using sterile gloves. Everything is wiped with alcohol because you want zero contamination in this
What do
process.
the kits come with? I was under the assumption, because I've seen videos and websites and stuff like that. You get your mucilum, and you get your and the medium that it sits in, and you just wet it and put it into a box, basically. And you don't you don't open it unless you have to. You don't open it in the daytime. Blah 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 blah. That's the gist I've gotten.
Yeah, you're basically, you do all this work 1 day, you put it in the box, and you let it sit. And then after a predetermined amount of time, you put a light on.
So you do need a light.
Yeah, it's like 15 watts.
And so you want to use a translucent box?
Well, if you buy the whole kit, right? The original kit, it comes with the box.
Okay, but not the light.
No.
So would one of those 5-watt sun blasters work?
Yeah, perfectly fine.
Okay.
And then it's got to be put into a location that has a constant temperature.
So how much was that kit again that you bought?
Well, I'm on the website right now, so let's see what their kit.
Can you do that? I'll be right back. I have to put some numbing stuff on.
It's on sale for $105.
That's not bad.
I know.
Considering an ounce would cost you that, or maybe even double now.
Mm-hmm.
Dead air.
Oh, sorry. And their box is different now too. Because it used to be just a plastic tote. Now they've got this actual fancy looking box, cardboard box, it looks like, with a dome. Huh. I guess that's to be more eco-friendly.
You ever looked into mushroom growing?
No, sorry, the monster kit, that's the one. Because that's the one that gives you a massive amount. And it comes with a tote. It comes with a tote, $186. It's on sale from $249. Grows really big fucking mushrooms though.
What's a gram of mushrooms costing nowadays?
I have no idea.
Right.
I have no idea. I'm thinking probably $3 to $5. I could see some people still charging $10 a gram for them, but the problem is the mushroom market is kind of like the cannabis market now, where there's so many different strains, right? So you
Yeah,
got
and
golden teachers, you've got penis envy, you've got all of these different strains, right? They're all still cubensis class mushrooms. They're just kind of like cannabis has so many different strains. There's so many different cubensis makeups.
Yeah, there's lots of different strains. I'm learning that because some of them I don't like.
I see. I don't like any. My problem is the taste. I can't handle the taste.
I'm making caps so that I don't have to deal with that. But
Nope. Even when it gets in my stomach, it's there. I can taste it.
yeah, well, you burp it up, eh?
Yep. And as soon as I burp it up, then it wants to hurl up.
Yeah, but I find there's a need there for me. And
and I can understand that. I mean,
it takes away what they have done with that is they've taken away that threat of being really depressed.
Right.
So now I don't take them every day. Oh, sometimes I do a reset, 5 days, but now it's when I start feeling like my battery. I just was telling my doctor this. When I start feeling that my battery is running low, meaning I get that kind of depressing sinking feeling coming on, or a panic attack or whatever, I'll take a 0.2, right?
Al, the kit that I got from them is the Monster Mushroom Grow Kit.
Yep.
And it comes with a tote. And
so it sits in a bag. Okay.
Well, no, it's a big clear plastic tote.
Oh, okay.
All right. And then you line it with a sterilized plastic bag. Then you boil 2 bagfuls of straw.
It sounds like a lot of fucking work, dude. Where the fuck am I going to get straw from?
No, it comes with the kit.
Oh, okay.
So the straw is in a burlap bag. So you take the whole bag and you boil it. Then you let it just cool until you can handle it to open it up and then dump it into the sterilized plastic liner.
Okay.
That's your bottom layer. And then you throw in the substrate, and then you throw in the spawn, and then you mist it all and close it up. And that kit is $186 on sale right now from $249, and that gives you their big massive growth amount.
I've watched one of the Alaskan survival shows, not the game shows, just like Mountain Men or something like that.
Yeah.
And they were growing in an old bunker.
Yep.
Mushrooms, where they went in, and what was it? I can't remember what show it was, but anyways, they were growing in an old bunker, and every time they had to renew everything, they had to go in and spray everything down. It's Jeremy Clarkson on his farm show. That's what it was.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, an old bunker, a mine shaft, those places are ideal places for mushroom farms.
Yeah, there's also people that are growing in mines, old mines, right?
Salt mines. was an epic failure for cannabis, but
yeah, but the OG guys that are growing it, they used to grow. They would they dig up the ground and stick old fucking not flatbed trucks, but 18-wheeler boxes in the ground and train boxes in the ground and use those as secure grow sites, right? I remember watching videos.
So you're saying that Prairie Plant Systems could have made a go of it?
Is that where they did that? Is that where they started doing that?
They took over the Flin Flon mines in Manitoba and started growing cannabis there. Remember that cannabis they used to sell at Health
I
Canada?
thought they
used to
were in
sell ya?
Ontario. I thought they were
Nope.
an Ontario company.
No, that was in Manitoba.
I know Matt Murnaugh used to work for them.
For Prairie?
I believe so.
Was that when after they come above ground, or while they were
guess.
still underground?
Maybe I'm wrong. I think that he worked for one of them. I think it was Prairie
I
Plant.
thought it was Tilray.
No, maybe later, but I think he started with them when they came into Ontario or something. I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
No.
So
he's happy on his farm doing nothing.
It wasn't that they were growing shitty weed at Prairie Plant Systems. They were just being really shitty of how they were doing it by literally taking the entire plant, stock and all, and grinding it. And then
I remember that, but their defense was, isn't that what Health Canada did when they first started?
Well, that's what Prairie Plant System was doing, right? So all of the stuff Prairie Plant System was doing for medical patients that they were giving to Health Canada was entire plants ground up, stock and all.
Yeah, and I've tasted that.
At $5 a gram. I still have a bag of it sealed, never opened.
Really?
Yep.
You should try it on the air one day.
I have a can of the first strain ever of Truro cannabis for bud.
Yeah, I
That's
still have
never
one
been
too.
opened. And I've got the first hash ever produced by Truro cannabis, and it's not open. Because I was smart and got 2 of each and opened 1 of each already.
I had 2 of the True OG. I did open 1.
You know, when the cannabis store here opened, My Cannabis, they brought in a lot of Truro stuff, and now they have nothing. In fact, I went in today, and I got another potluck box with it's 7 grams each. You get 4, you get an ounce, and it was $130 with my senior's discount. And I have
$30 for an ounce.
For an ounce. Yeah, it's a little high, yes, because I can get it online cheaper. But there's a mail.
Well, I mean,
strike.
it's
a
also
fucking mail strike.
It's also legal. That's because it's close to Christmas.
So in this potluck box, and I implore other LPs to do the multi-selection because that's what I like. I like to have different things. I can't smoke the same fucking thing all the time. I got mac and cheese, maple pancakes, which I really like, apple fritters, and the blueberry tart, which I also like.
Fuck, I hate this shit.
What?
Everybody come out with a different fucking name for a strain. How many strains are we up to? 75,000?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. And we're talking about that earlier. It doesn't matter what it's called. If I don't like it, I don't like it. And if I don't like it, I don't want to buy it, and I don't want to waste my time with it.
Right. But if one guy is selling one strain as a name that you really like, and another guy selling the same strain, but
it should effectively be the same.
Right. But he's calling it something else. You'd never buy it.
I know. And when you guys first started doing the LP thing, we talked about that they weren't allowing the LPs to call strains by names that we know them as.
That was things like Skittles and shit like that, right? Skittles, no, you're never going to get away with
if you're growing Northern Lights and you're an LP, you should call it Northern Lights, not almost Northern Lights.
I'd call it Northern Lights.
Exactly.
So Northern Lights. But
did you do that at Truro? Did you do that at Truro? Did you call the strains what they were called, or did you make up your own?
There's only one name. There's only one name we made up. It was Don't Air Kush.
Oh, really? And that's the one that everybody liked.
Well, no.
What about Truro OG?
Well, no, it was it's true. Yeah, but we also told it was Truro OG.
Pay attention to Buddy there, Marcel.
Yeah, I am.
No, we
I
call
think
it
that's
churro.
hilarious because like
It was
exactly
churro
like
cheese
Marcel said.
crustments.
So potluck has mac and cheese. I've had mac and cheese before. I've had apple fritter before. That's the actual strain names. But it's the question of are those the actual strains, or did they just pick a strain that's similar to it and started calling it that? Because, like I said,
Many
the
do.
names don't really mean anything.
Listen,
Look,
I know
look at
some
some of
companies selling the same strain, just different names.
but there's also companies that make up their own names, and one in Nova Scotia that was famous for it was not Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, the one on the border there. They were notorious for just coming out with these weird ass fucking names that had nothing to do with the strain, and nobody
Well,
knew what the strain was.
Some of them, I saw some of the strain names when everything was starting, and it was like N3491, things like that. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go get me some N3491. It's a great strain. It's a sativa,
So here I'll give you the story of the Donair Kush.
What?
But here's where Donair Kush came from. I won't tell the original strain, but it was a pheno hunt out of 24 seeds cracked and numerous rounds grown, and they came down to 2. One was released as an original, what it was called, but the other one was a banger, completely different looking, completely different taste. So never had anything else unique to it, so we renamed it. It was our pheno. No one has the exact same pheno. I keep waiting for the day for someone else to release Donair Kush. I'm going to laugh my ass off. Because they don't have it. It's a pheno of a strain that we did out of a seed pack.
It just happened.
And that's what we came. The guys came down to 2 that were both fucking high THC, big yielders, got you fucked, tasted great. But again, total different profiles.
Wow.
And we weren't going to kill one. We were like, but here was the other stupid thing. We couldn't say it was seed number 20. One seed number 22, and one was seed number 28. Actually,
you know what? I did something.
We wanted to release them as brand 22 and brand 28.
Yeah,
but an OCS would never do that.
But they were trying to do names like that at one point.
AI tells me there's 2,300 named cannabis strains.
2,300.
Way more than that. They're fucking.
I guess we're using AI on the show now.
AI. Well, no, this is actually it's kind of cool. It's an AI overview.
is full of shit.
Yeah.
With the Facebook AI?
No. Google's AI.
Oh, okay.
There are more than 2,300 strain names going up there. I'll tell you that right.
Oh, there definitely is. But this is what they've come up with, because if you look, WebMD says there's more than 700 different strains. Right? So it depends on where you look. The Kind Center says there's 779 that are named and recognized. So maybe this is 2,300 that are named and recognized.
Well, put it this way. I think churro. What did we have at the time? 250 or 300 genetic seeds in a seed bank.
Yep.
Something like that. That was
so
just
you
churro
were growing
they were all different.
250 different strains. At
No,
one
no,
time?
that's a seed bank. That's
okay.
They're all sealed in the front.
I get you.
With some cool strains in there. Old
First
school stuff.
seed bank I went to was the Bikers down on Lakeshore in Toronto. I got for $50.
I got a cool strain here that I should grow a batch
5
of.
BC bud seeds that somebody eventually stole and grew, but I didn't get anything out of.
Yeah, I've got some seeds that I should run another crop off of.
I'll tell you a strain that doesn't get
the Grimace OG. They make a batch of oil out of it.
Yeah, that Grimace was good. I'll tell you a strain that churro does grow that I think is really fucking good is that Sleeping with the Stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good fucking strain.
See, I don't like pot, so I don't really care. I mean, I
No.
don't like smoking it. I don't like the
Yeah, but
taste
you
of it.
do.
What?
And
No, I
you
turn it
don't.
all. I turn it into hash or oil.
Yeah.
Then I can smoke my brains
You
out. I love
smoke
that.
pot. You say you're smoking a joint all the time.
Yeah, because I roll hash and oil joints.
I bought some Nugs, old school black.
Yeah.
For my dewdrop. And
You got something else.
well, and the potluck stuff, but I'm just looking for the dewdrop thing. I'm going to play it, and we're going to take a quick little break before we come back and end the show.
Sure.
We're still in entertainment. Bring it on.
I've got a dewdrop to test.
Yes.
To test out
So,
today.
You
And this
showed
is
that
made-
to us, but
This is
how
made
does it
by
work?
Dave.
Electric.
Dave, and I'm gonna mess up pronouncing his last name.
Pereras.
Pereras, correct.
Yeah.
Or Electric Dave on Instagram.
Yeah, and he's also the maker of the Happle.
Correct. And I've got that.
So
right
it's
here.
not Electric Dave though.
No, it's electric.
Electric. Electric.
Yeah,
So you know,
yeah, correct.
when you're looking for him.
ERRLECTRIC.
Electric. Electric.
So there you go. This is his dewdrop.
Hold on now. Here, hold on. There you go.
This is the dewdrop. As you can see, it's nice and clean, and it's nice and clean because I have not used it yet.
Okay.
On the top of the stem, this is the piece where your hash will stick to. You light your hash, you stick it in here, and
In the water.
Yeah, I've put
Hash goes
water.
in the water.
Yeah, no,
Well,
there's a glass enclosure.
Oh, okay. I see.
All right, and then
Here, let's make you bigger.
Nice.
Oh.
Wrong one.
Uh-oh. It's not going bigger than that. All right.
No.
So anyways,
No.
you get
Okay,
the idea.
just go ahead.
Right? You've seen me use mine, haven't you? Marcel left.
Off. I have my mic muted.
Oh. You've seen mine, right? Mine's really dirty, or I would have just pulled it out. It's really dirty. I've used it a lot. But anyways, you pair it with the Nugs brand hash, old school hash, and it works great. You make a little snake, you light it, it gives you 3 rounds or so.
I got to tell you what happened, and it's funny. You've got the student glass, right?
I do, yeah. Did Darcy? Did you try Darcy's yet?
Yeah, just wait.
Okay.
So somebody posted that they had one for sale for like $350, everything complete.
Yep.
So I messaged and I said I might be interested, right? And I went to Darcy's because Darcy had just picked up the Tyson model.
Yes.
And he said, I'm glad you're here. He said, can you put that together for me? I said, yeah. So we put it all together and we filled up a little bowl, and Darcy took a hit off the hose, and Darcy didn't say anything, but didn't realize Darcy couldn't talk.
Yeah.
I took the hose and ended up passing it to Chrissy, and for 20 minutes, we couldn't breathe.
Yeah. It takes your breath away for sure.
And that's when I realized that I don't want one.
You know what? I don't even put water in mine most of the time. I'm just using it as a bong.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, wow is right, man. Like I've upchucked from that thing, bud.
I can believe it, man. Oh, I had to go outside coughing and hacking up a lung.
Yeah. Yep.
But
This
and it was
time I
very.
used it, I was like,
one little bowl did that to the three of us. I mean, it
yeah,
was.
I haven't used the attachments, the normal attachments that it comes with. I've only used the module, which is the vaporizer attachment, right?
Oh yeah, I thought Lenny was just calling me there.
I heard a phone ring.
I got some assholes calling. Just
that's
I bet you it's his mom.
That's the ringtone I have for Lenny. So
some
Lenny
asshole
calls
coming.
Me,
Hi,
I have
Mom.
that ringtone set.
He put us down. It's okay. We're almost done.
I don't think he knows that he put us down yet.
My phone rang and he puts it down on his phone.
Yeah.
Actually, it's on the keyboard. I saw the numbers.
No. He's probably pushed to accept the call, and we're now talking to them, and he's got them on mute, so they can't hear, or we can't hear them.
I got that. Yep, there he is. He's back.
Oh, he came back.
Yeah, I just thought it was funny. Some assholes calling me. Hello?
No,
oh, hi, Mom.
Alarm. I gotta run. I got a false alarm at one of the stores. I gotta go check.
Oh,
might not be
see you
false.
guys.
Have fun.
Later.
Oh,
Good
it's
luck.
listen. Fucking 12 years. Every fucking one of them are false. All right,
I know,
later.
but you still got to go because
Exactly. See ya.
there's a policeman waiting for you.
Yeah, later.
Brush your
Bye.
teeth.
Talk to you. Bye.
Make sure you
Well-
brush your teeth, Len.
Oh, but it's such a pain in the ass because you know it's going to be a false alarm. You get there, the cops go through the entire place to make
All
sure
it
nobody's
takes is
there.
one
I know.
that isn't a false alarm, though.
So my brother-in-law used to run a gas station, and one night the alarm went off. He gets a call, goes out, and nothing. The cops searched the entire place, like the back room, up into the rafters, everywhere. Couldn't find anything. Left, closed everything up. They're standing in the parking lot, and the alarm went off again. It was a fucking rat.
I get
The rat.
that-
The
that's
rat was
funny.
running by the sensor and setting off the motion alarm because he was close enough to the actual sensor to not be picked up as something like a rodent on the floor, which doesn't normally get picked up.
You know the bear alarm that I got, the thing that I put James Brown on it.
Yep.
The only thing that's setting that off now, and I moved the camera so I could see what was going on over there, is a little mouse that comes and walks by on the lid of the garbage can almost every night and sets the fucking thing off.
So we got videos of this mouse flying through the air yet?
No, but we do have videos of the mouse coming on the lid, and you hear, "Wow, I feel good," and then the mouse runs away.
So at about 2:00 in the morning, my alarm goes off outside. I jump out of bed, run outside. Nothing's in the garden. Nothing's touched. Turn the alarm off. Reset the alarm.
Mouse?
Nope. And because the alarm that went off was a tripwire alarm, right? Meaning somebody had to actually hit a taut line
Okay.
and pull a pin out.
Yeah.
Literally what it did. So I'm trying to figure out how in the hell did this come off of there?
Rabbits?
Nope. Because it was around the top of my fence. Right? So if
Squirrel.
anybody tried to come in over the top of the fence is 8 feet high. So you try and come over the top of the fence, you have no choice but to hit this tripwire. I come in the house, pulled up the cameras, and wound it back, and it was a raccoon. And he walked all the way around and where I kind of have a bit of a hill in my backyard. Well, the furthest drop down is where he set off that alarm, and that raccoon jumped over that fence and flew and had probably an extra 6 or 7 feet drop than he would have had if he was on the other side of the garden.
Would he get out if he went in?
Oh yeah, he
Oh.
just climbed back over.
I get alerts in the backyard all the time, and nothing's there. So it's either something very small, a branch, or something very quick, right?
Could also be a leaf blowing by if it's going.
Oh God, dude!
going
In the fall, every
Yeah.
time a fucking leaf falls, I get an alert.
See, I get alerts on one of my cameras, but it's how I've got it set anyways.
I
So-
have to shut mine off now and then because it drives me fucking nuts. I get
Well, no,
I get an
camera's
alert
actually-
on my phone. I get an alert on my phone, and then for the door and for the backyard, I get Alexa also. Shut up, Alexa, saying something, right? So I have to say that she started answering the TV now when they say her name.
My camera is a little different in it sends me alerts constantly. Anytime there's any motion in the range of the camera.
Mine as well.
But they're all ignored. I ignore them because I don't care. If it's
No,
a
but
leaf
I
falling
have
by,
audio alerts, and you can't really ignore an audio alert when you have ADHD. It's like a
Right.
squirrel going by.
but what my camera does is it sends me alerts for humanoid figure. So if I have a humanoid figure comes into my camera, then I get that alert, and that's the alert that I look at. I don't
have
care
that.
about neighborhood cat or a leaf blowing by.
Yeah, I get cats, dogs, bears, birds. I went. I was sitting at the hospital waiting for my appointment, and I kept getting buzzing, and I looked, and I had taken a bag of garbage out, not thinking, didn't put it in the can before I left, and the birds got into it not 5 seconds after I fucking left. And when I came back, I get 20 or 30 different alerts and garbage all over the front lawn. Yeah.
But we've made friends with the birds here. We feed
Well,
them.
I've made friends with the birds too. He comes down, I give him peanuts, blah, 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 blah. I call him Fred. But the minute you put a bag of garbage, I took my garbage out last Tuesday, and I had an extra bag, so I just sat it beside. And by the time the garbage guys came and picked it up, it was all over my lawn, and they nicely cleaned it all up, which was great of them. But I mean, still, like, craziness, man.
We have a bird feeder sitting right on our patio, beside our patio doors. So
Yeah, animals will be animals, buddy. Yep.
Yeah, so we can sit there and watch the birds come all the time. Well, our next door neighbors also have bird feeders out, so they put seeds out in their bird feeders.
Uh-huh.
We put bread.
And the
Stuff
red,
like that.
you're not supposed to give them bread.
No. These birds are smart because what the birds do is they go over there first because the seeds go out first thing in the morning, and then we wait till later. We put out bread. They come for the bread. We stopped because it was getting close to the wintertime. And we had to kind of start back up with just smaller amounts. And the reason being is the blue jays were bringing us sunflower seeds and dropping off piles of sunflower seeds so that we would give them bread. So as soon as we start putting a little bread out there, then sunflower seeds stop coming.
Yeah, Fred and his buddies come along quite quickly once I put stuff out. I put bread out. I put peanuts out. I'm going to get a bag of seed for the winter for the birds. But, I really have to be careful with what I put out because the bears eat it too, right? So
yeah.
They even though it's hibernation time, it's the beginning of hibernation time, and they ain't all hibernating. So,
yeah.
we
got
and
a
all
couple crows
over.
around here. I want to make friends with a crow.
You know what? they're very smart, and he actually comes. When I come outside, I hear him. He caws at me, and I'm like, "Hey, Fred," and he caws at me, and then I put peanuts
So
out.
do you have crows there, or do you have magpies there?
Both.
Do you?
We have little guys, little blackbirds, and then we have monster fucking ravens or blackbirds or whatever they're called. They could
Yeah.
be magpies, but they're fucking
No.
huge.
Like magpies are black and white.
No, we don't have those.
Okay, they're more out west in southern Ontario, I think.
But I've seen videos.
Darcy
of
thought he had
people-
one, and he took a picture, but it's a piebald.
I've
not a-
seen
an
I've
actual
seen
one.
videos of people interacting with them, and they have a voice box and will talk if you train them.
So will
Like a
ravens.
parrot. Huh?
Ravens.
That's what I mean. A
will too.
raven will, yeah.
Yeah, but so will crows. A lot of birds can mimic.
Yeah, Kelly has a lot of birds now, and she's got conures, budgies, and they all in her bird room, and they all interact together. They hang out with each other, but the conures are the ones that speak, right?
Yeah.
And they're just, she's had them a few years, but they're just getting friendly and used to her. They take a while. They are very distrusting animals. Birds are.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I like the birds. I mean, we've got little tiny yellow birds with black wings that just zoom by you and then pop in the trees. And some birds like bushes, some birds don't. They like trees, But we have to go now.
We have to go.
We have to
And
go.
I'm looking at a
time
tattoo.
to go back
so.
to the TV and watch The Agency on Prime.
I don't know what I'm gonna watch. We've been watching From. On
Yeah,
Paramount.
I've seen it. Is it good?
Fucking awesome.
Is
we
it
just
creepy?
finished. We just no, but it's a really good story.
Is it well done?
Very well done, because you don't know what's going to happen next.
So it's a thriller.
Yeah, it's 3 seasons out. We just watched the last season now.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. I've only seen the previews. It looks good, buddy.
Yeah, it's
I'm
filmed.
not really into that kind of movie, though.
It's filmed in Nova Scotia.
Is it?
Yeah.
From is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's very popular. So.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's a good show.
Well, maybe I'll check it out. I'm enjoying. There's
Who's
a lot
got
of
Silo?
Huh?
Who's got Silo?
Prime. But it might be one of the prescriptions. It might be one of the subscriptions. I have Paramount so that I can watch Landman and Yellowstone.
Yeah.
And I have City TV so that I can watch all the Chicago shows. And I have Stack TV so that I can watch whatever's on there.
Do you know I watch YouTube more than anything?
I watch there's some stuff I've been watching on YouTube for years and that I enjoy watching, that I check out now and then, but really YouTube is music with me.
No, for me it's.
I watch documentaries.
Joe Rogan.
And you know what? I enjoy, one of the things that I enjoy watching on YouTube is 60 Minutes Australia, because they do stories like 60 Minutes in America used to do. Right now it's all politics and drugs and country wars and on 60 Minutes in the States, but 60 Minutes Australia, they do shows like they'll go on to a submarine or they'll go into a country and explore the country. You know what I mean? Like actual news stuff like they used to do.
Well, I got to go and see what this Silo is. Check that one out. And you're going to say goodnight, Al.
I'm just loading that window.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Are you loading the goodnight window?
I loaded the goodnight window.
This, guys.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Are we getting rid of that ad?
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
Ta-da.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.